What up, Bothan? How you doing? How did I know that it would be Bothan in the end? Okay, so I'm back. I have not done a lot of work on the stuff that I meant to get done. I downloaded Bazite. I loaded it onto a thumb drive, which almost didn't get here. And since I couldn't find a thumb drive that I really liked, it ends up being like a 128 gigabyte thumb drive, even though you're using like 10. But I hear good things about Bazite, so hopefully that'll get me there with that. I didn't do anything to tie these legs together. We should probably tie these legs together with maker beam so this thing can't get out of alignment. But we'll talk about that later. And then, oh boy, PCB making, I made a little bit of progress on, but I need to learn more about the violators. That thing we were talking about at the end of last stream, because I altered the parts and I put the castellated pins on there, the castellated holes, and the design rules overrid the part. I can't believe that can happen. That seems like a weird hierarchy issue. Where was it? There was some like advice for Autodesk where you have to mark them as violators. And then for the keyboard stuff, before I even go forward, why is there dental work on this? Before we go forward with the keyboard stuff, we need to prove out the flip-floppy kind of thing that we're building for the keyboard. I need to make sure that that works. I know Ben Gizmo has reservations, but I'm the expert. So put it to the test and make sure that it works. Because I have a feeling it's switching MOSFETs, so there's not going to be that much leakage all around. It's going to be like minimalistic leakage. This didn't work. This delay. If I redeploy node, well, I can also toggle the get stream status again, but it'll block if it sends the same signal twice. I mean, I guess I can try it. Get stream status. There's the delay. Oops. I guess it went, oh, hold on, let me re-inject it, because it's only 7 seconds. If I start on this scene, then the on-air light will work. On-air light is the thing marked on air at the bottom there. Toggle it. 1 second. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there it goes. Nothing happens to the light because it gets blocked by the filter. Yeah, I don't have other. If I do stopped there, you guys can't see the color of the light because it's too bright. It's kind of funny how that is. The cameras are so sensitive, but what I see right now is a green light, and in 10 minutes that green light will turn off, and then we can test the 7-second delay. The delay is supposed to be there so when I hit live, when I go live, you guys can see the on-air light change status. It's there for you. It's for you. It's for you out there. It's for the viewers. All right, how are we doing? Did I do everything that I should do? I did the thumbnail. I did all the windows. I got all that stuff running. I got OBS up. All the little bits and pieces that make stream work that I need to automate more because I had to calibrate some of the cameras. Let's check the other cameras and make sure they're all good. It's looking good. Microscope. That's looking good. All right, I guess I got all the cameras. The face camera is the one that lapsed. So I got this thing in the mail when I was waiting for the thumb drive because I'm trying to put Linux on the Legion Go, and I bought this thumb drive. I went way out of my way. Hold on, something's. Oh, hold on. I got to take this medical call. Hello. Yes, the mic works. There's a giant thing of text up on the screen to tell you exactly what's going on. Come on now, chat. Stay on your toes. Stay on your toes. Stay on your toes. Stay on your toes. How's everybody doing today? I was just working out insulin stuff. Apparently 5 bottles of insulin is totally fine for me, and I'll have a little bit of excess, but if my usage goes up a little bit, I have to notify them immediately. But I was under the impression that I was getting more bottles than that, but I'm not. Apparently 5 is just fine for me. I thought I worked it out with my doctor to see, how much I need. And then the problem that I'm having is that insulin is not going through AAPS. I'm not getting any data with treatments. I could have done an estimate here, but apparently it doesn't get that data. I don't know why. So maybe I can look through the history here and see what's going on. Why isn't this being communicated? Let's see. Preferences on AAPS. I guess I can show you guys this. Not on the microscope, though. Search treatment. Ureatment. Enable broadcast to extra. Why can't I edit this? Wait a minute. What is this? Why can't I enable this? Enable broadcast to Xstrip Plus. Can I get to it? There's no setting here, but I can search it, but I can't. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, so I've got to find that. It's not going to be under there. It's going to be under preferences. Preferences. Loop. SMB. Absorption settings. Confirmation beeps. Alert. The nurse was asking me, she's like, why did you get AAPS? And I'm like, because the alerts are better. And it's like, all this stuff. It's like, like, how do I justify this? Send status to Xstrip Plus. I thought that was enabled. I don't know what that does, but so why would this be? Where's Cluck J? He would help me fix this. Which direction is on? Is on to the right or is on to the left? Let's look at another, like, loop settings. No, that's not. That doesn't have anything. Upload BG data to Night Scout. Log sensor change to Night Scout. Those are to the right, and those are on. So this is on, and it was on before. Is there something I need to do in Night Scout? What about your log? Could not reply to auth challenge. Could not read reply to auth challenge. Polydia random blocks to exception. Start exception. Session start time. Could not read reply to auth. Could not read reply to auth challenge. GAT exception from MAC address with type. Huh. Missed reading. Session start time. A lot of auth challenge issues, but I don't think anything. Job run finished. Internet service work call. State machine. These are old too. Missed reading service. I don't think any of that's relevant. But this should have glucose stuff. I haven't heard one of these beats in a while. How's everybody doing? Oh, this is relevant. System status. Data received. Transmitter days 104. Oh boy, my transmitter might run out. Batteries looks okay. 9, 2 minutes ago connected. 8.9 days. So I got 2 more days with the sensor, and then I might need to swap out. Just had a breakfast. Oh, that's right. Yeah, time changes. 0 BT reading, last poll, last IP. Okay, so what else do I need to look at? I need to look at, I guess just settings, but then data sync. Cloud upload. XCOM share upload. Night Scout Sync REST API is what we're using, I believe. Unless we have MongoDB. Direct database upload, not recommended for Night Scout. Okay, REST API is on. Base URL. Download treatments. Automatic calibration. Extra options. LAN upload. Bridge battery. No, 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 no. P5. Sense collector type. Backfill data. I don't think backfilling data is what's going to do it. Although I will have to use that setting eventually. It's just there's no treatment info in here. Carbs on board 0 to 0, insulin on board 0. So that's wrong. Sensor age, SAGE, is 8 days and 22 hours. Is there a way to send the collected data from the cell phone to the computer? What format would that be in? It's very complicated. It has a lot of database stuff that I had to just basically sign up for. And there's detailed instructions on how to do that. And this is the online, you can literally go to this website yourself, cgmdatabot.herokuapp.com, and get all this data. That's what I was doing with my doctor earlier when I was muted and on the phone. But for some reason, my glucose, my insulin data, my treatment data is not going up. These are the various ways that you can sync this to the cloud or to the Heroku app. Is basically just like a cloud like data server that has an app that's associated with it that does all the display stuff that we were looking at on the web page. You can also output it to an Excel database if you really feel like it. Inter-app settings. Broadcast locally on. Send display glucose. No noise blocking. Compatible broadcast. Identity receiver. Only send a name package. Accept glucose on. Accept treatments on. Play sounds when importing significant data such as no. Accept calibrations. Extra web service no. Broadcast API. I think that one setting was the one. I think that might have been the one. Let's just see if we can backfill data. Well, first off, let's just see if any treatment data is available. I'm going to give myself 1 unit. Insulin. Well, let's just do like half a unit. So both half a unit. Let that get to the pump. I've only got 13 units left in this one. I'm going to wait until it's screeching because of the weird insulin issue. But let's see if it in the next 5 minutes or so, if it shows up, if my stuff is communicating with each other properly. It's very annoying. This is something that I have to deal with. Having all of this like automated and doing on its own means that the doctor can drop in and see that I'm getting enough bottles of insulin. I should have a little bit of a surplus given the amount, but yeah. Basal seems to think it's 0.9, minus 6 mg per DL. Boop is 5.58. Is that insulin on board? Carbs on board is 0, which is not. Insulin on board, half a unit. And here's that half a unit. Okay, let's backfill data. Oh, baby, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now we finally got my system working. Jeez, after all this time. Go to Xstrip. And then an Xstrip, we're going to go to, what was I supposed to do? Settings? Backfill. I want to back my fill. Ugh. Where was that? Backfill data from, today is 4/1. We're going to give it a whole month. Do it. Please wait. My phone is going to get quite warm. Queued 8,756 events. Oh my God. So eventually, after my phone probably turns into a little nuclear pile of molten metal, we'll get all that data in here. They're recorded to my database. They're recorded to my phone. AAPS is storing them, I think, locally, but they're not being... Xstrip is not... I think Xstrip still gets them. No, Xstrip... Yeah, Xstrip gets them, but it's not uploading it or something. Or it wasn't in the past, and now it'll suddenly get it. It's going to be a huge upload of about 8,000 data points, which actually is probably not that much, but... Let's just see here. Events log. No, that's not the one. Where's the communications log? History? Oh no, that's glucose history. Is it uploading? I don't know. I don't see anything. There's nothing from March 1st, so I'm not seeing any insulin stuff in here. Because I've got 13 units in the pod right now. It doesn't show that up here, does it? Yeah, the OpenAPS being unknown is bad. Device undefined. I wonder if I can define the Omnipod in here. Air portal denied. These are mostly delete old documents. Database contains 0 future reference. Let's go back on that. Let's not do that right now. Whoa, hold on. Huh. Don't worry about it, dude. The pod is going to handle this. I don't need to do anything. It'll decide what it wants to inject on its own automatically. That's the whole point of getting the pod with AAPS. And then this is Night Scout. Night Scout is just there for records keeping. So insulin on board, it thinks is a half. This is going to take it a bit to catch up with. And I don't understand, the backfill thing didn't really do anything. Let me go back to that setting and try it again. Settings. Unless AAPS is what needs to backfill data. Does this have a backfill setup? Loop profile objectives, maintenance. Does maintenance have log settings? Send logs by email. APS directory, export to CSV, database cleanup. Like, I don't think exporting the settings on AAPS is going to put it to Night Scout. No. Log settings. Garmin. What? None of that. Let's see. Because the two apps communicate with each other, but I don't know if... I guess we just don't have backfill data. Yeah, there's no glucose data on Xstrip. So what I would need to do is get AAPS to send Xstrip treatments somehow. Let's see. Okay, so AAPS backfill, backblast, backshots, treatment to Xstrip. Any other app update data. Hamburger menu settings, cloud upload, Night Scout rest, switch off. Don't need to worry about that. Deactivate upload treatments. Oh, this is for some other guide. Companion app. Follower extra. Doesn't look like I'm finding the answer. I don't know if AAPS can send all these things. What is this no shenanigans nonsense? It's April 1st, and largely it's been the case that on April 1st, the internet becomes completely useless. So I'm not doing any kind of an April 1st prank today. You can be rest assured that there will be no shenanigans. We're not going to go to that place with all the funny shit on the walls. That's why I expressly say no shenanigans today. So wait a minute. So I'm in AAPS. I need Cluck J to surface in my stream. He knows about all this stuff. Like under maintenance, I could export the settings. The database cleanup, export entries to Excel, reset APS results, reset databases. I don't want to use any of that. Log settings. I don't think, yeah, that's just, you choose what gets logged. Send logs by email, no. And if I hit export settings, that's just my AAPS settings. This is just part of updating the software. So I don't know if there's a way that I can do backshots on all of my old bolus settings. Maybe I should stop calling that. If I can backfill the data to Xstrip, because Xstrip will backfill the data to Night Scout. Night Scout is the web page. Xstrip talks to Night Scout. Night Scout is on the network. AAPS manages my bolusing. It gets glucose levels from Xstrip. Xstrip does not have that bolus glucose data. So I need to get it into, and I don't think there's any import that I can do here. Strip and BG. Profile helper, statistics, about, history browser, treatments is just its own thing. There's no import here or export. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do here on this page. It does have good usage statistics, but they're not in the upload BG, log sensor change to Night Scout. Yeah, I think I'm hosed. So in the next couple months, it'll just catch up. Unless there's something special that I don't know about. That's where we are. The thing that's doing my glucose treatments is fine. It's just the record-keeping apparatus that I'm just concerned with. Here, let's get this out of here. Boop. Yeah, that was important because I hadn't heard back from my doctor in a little while, and I was like, I thought I got 7 bottles when I get insulin. And they were like, we want to do this, but we need to see your statistics. And I was like, wait a minute, why aren't they there? You guys have all this access. And they were like, well, this is kind of shitty. Why do you use this system? I'm like, shut up, stop judging me. You shut up, you shut up, you shut up. My insulin delivery system is awesome, and you just aren't cool enough to know. Fuck if I know what the software. I have said the names of every single piece of software. If you really want to look into it, you can look up AAPS setup. And you can see what all the software things are. But there's nothing called 8X that I know of. If it's something on a programmer level, I don't know this on a programmer level. So, yeah. All right, so that's just me kind of sorting out. It's just that time, and I guess I probably could have tried to fill the smaller prescription because apparently that would have been perfectly fine. Fill that in a little bit more. I don't have monitor audio right now. I need to figure out getting monitor audio. You know, master monitor audio would be very useful. Oh, 8X, no, AAPS. It's an acronym, Android Auto Pancreas System. Yeah. See, the thing that's really annoying, Nate, is that if I have a difference in insulin usage, because, you know, every meal I've got a certain number of units of insulin. I've done the math. It's like $5 a meal, right? If I was full price insulin, it would be $5 a meal of insulin tacked on. So really, I should be losing weight just by starving myself because it's stuff so fucking expensive. It's 5 RP2040 chips that I'm just eating with every meal. But anyway, so I'm in a place right now where my management is as good as it's going to get. And I've done quite a lot of work to get on Omnipods and have the constant glucose monitor and have that coordinated with my phone so that I can interject and make it more aggressive. Because of my body weight, my body resists insulin. Because it's not my insulin, my body resists insulin. This is common with a lot of diabetics, and especially in North America, where we're all blubbery as fuck. But on top of all of that, I lost my thought train. These changes in the treatment can only occur when you are going to refill your prescription. You're not allowed to refill your prescription early. So if there's an unanticipated bump in the road, it delays your insulin prescription. If your prescriptions are done to the letter of the law, you know, Lord have mercy on my soul, I would never lie to a healthcare company, then you get as much insulin as you need per month. No wiggle room, no gray room. They do this with ADHD meds too, and it's the same deal. It's the same exact story. You can only fill your prescription at the end of the month, but you only get the exact amount of insulin that you need. So theoretically, according to the way they do it. Now, the doctor fudges the numbers just a little bit for you so that you've got a little bit of extra per month, but it's not a lot. It's not, there was a problem, we're waiting for the healthcare company to respond, amount of insulin, right? The healthcare company takes its sweet goddamn time because it is under the impression that you are a good little boy, you know, all that stuff, you know, holy water, salt over the shoulder. You're being a church mouse about the numbers that you're giving them. Oh, it's the exact correct amount of insulin, no matter what. And so the healthcare company goes, yes. So something is weird. Let me take my sweet goddamn time getting back to you. But considering, I guess they don't consider that you are at the end of your supplies then, and they need to respond goddamn fast. Like, otherwise you're in a situation. So all this sort of stress ramps up around this time when it's time to redo your prescriptions and something goes wrong. Shoe is thrown in the works. And the stress just as your supplies go it's, I don't know, I've learned to juggle it. I mean, supply manager simulator on hard mode, because the punishment for a job badly done is death. Or a hospital stay where your body is trying to dissolve itself in acid. This remix is kind of fire. I know, it kind of distracted me during my rant. If you don't have spare insulin for when it's time to renew, you get dangerously low. Yeah, it's rough. What's up, shorted it out? That's a really good Twitch name. That's a good Twitch name. If my dumbass could get this thing running again, which it can, it's just a matter of time. What do I look like I'm made out of? Time! I could definitely get this thing working again, but this is Burn the Subs, and its job is to burn the names of subscribers onto its own dumbass self with a blue laser. It's pretty cool when it works, but I've been working on this on the side and on stream for quite some time. I finally lost enough weight so I could start walking to work without dying halfway there. Over about 18 months, I lost 32 kilograms or 70 pounds. That is a significant amount of loss. That's incredible. That's the whole lost comic right there. That's what that is. That's awesome, Bad Direction. Congratulations. I have my bike in the other room, and I'm going to get that working. And although it's slower than my neighbor would like, because I mentioned it to a neighbor, and he was like, my son used to bike. How's it going? Every day he's fucking asking me about my goddamn bike. And it's like, I didn't want you to check up on my status because I work slow, okay? It takes a while for me to do this stuff. I finally got to the bike, and I'm going to bring it in here, and I'm going to tune it back up and pull up a YouTube video, figure out how the hell do I tune up a Trek bike from 2007, 6, 5? Oh my God, my bike is very old, but it works fine. And I can get that running again, and I can get that on the trainer. And then what we can do is we can do a little unruly kind of stuff with it. We can do a little fun biking stuff. If I can hook one of the three-phase motors up to it, and I've got a controller that has enough control over the three-phase motor, we can get wattage statistics back out of it, and we can brake, B-R-A-K-E, the motor. And I have a big, like Lazy Susan bearing that we can put the steering on. We can put Hall effect sensors on the brakes and stuff like that if we need to. I would love to have the rate of pedaling, or the number of watts that come out of the bicycle, be the gas pedal. And then we could have varying resistances based on either force feedback statistics or channel point redemptions. So I can be controlling a racing game with the bike, with you guys in tow, and then you guys can say, hey, uphill, and then spend channel points, and I'm like, oh, Jesus Christmas, and it'll fucking destroy me. Somebody said idea, huh? This sounds horrible, not as an idea, but as an experience. I sometimes put my own personal, I would say safety, secondary. I'm not quite as bad as Uo's lab. I like to think of all the repercussions, because I already have a collection of permanent medical conditions that I don't want to add to. You know, I like my collection. They're on the shelf. I see them every day. Those are my permanent medical conditions. I'm okay with them. We can get a couple of them off the shelf if I have enough of a time with the biking thing, but I don't want to add any more to that shelf, like lost an eyeball. Although, cool scar, that would be neat, but lost an eyeball to some stupid accident, I don't want that. So I play it a little bit more safe, but I do like to do stuff that's out of the realm of comfort and more in the realm of comedy. Hence the emote kicker, the thing to throw these little all emotes at me. That's funny. So, Uo's lab lost an eyeball. No, but he's constantly on the verge. You would believe me if I told you that. And that could be a ha-ha funny April Fool's joke. But guess what? We're not doing that here. No shenanigans. No shenanigans. There's a slight chance start walking to work because the car lost 99% in brake power yesterday. Oh, good. So it wasn't, you didn't get like pulled over or crash into a cop car or anything like that. It's not a suspended license. It's a car is not quite in good shape. Okay. Well, that still sucks. Do you have a bicycle? There was a story the other day on, I guess, the Australia subreddit. It's just on the front page because Reddit loves that kind of story, where the guy got a DUI and he started biking to work, and now he's in all these biking groups, and he lost a ton of weight and he's super healthy and like changed his life. I once lost brakes and had to drive home still. Yeah, I once had a impeller for the water system in the car blow up. On those VWs, they made it plastic because it's cheaper, and the plastic one detonates. It literally becomes dust because of the heat-cool cycle and the type of plastic they used. So I had to go on West River Drive in Philadelphia and drive home with the car intermittently overheating as I went. And it's not like, without water moving in there, natural convection isn't really going to happen. So you watch that temperature and you hope that temperature sensor's in an okay spot, and it just goes way up. You find a place to pull over, stop, turn off the car, wait. And you have to wait a long time because there's no active cooling system running. It's literally just convection cooling between the radiator and everything else. And energetic hot water tends to flow in a particular way, but not that much. So biking is smart. It's, you know, hey, if I can get myself back on the bike, and part of it might be just waking up way early and then biking around the circle here. Our neighborhood is set up in a circle, so it's a half mile, and it's on the side of a hill. So it's like you choose where your up and down hill is, but you're going to get that up and down hill. So that, or the fluid trainer, so that I don't look like a jelly bean on a bike biking around. I don't look silly. So I was working on this earlier. Wait a minute, are the SMBs not? Oh, the SMBs aren't coming through because the super micro boluses aren't coming through because they're that's a big action, and so 0.5 is going to dwarf the super micros that it wanted to make intermittently. So we're going to check back on this and make sure that those tiny little little drip drops of insulin are actually going through, but it's going to take a minute. He's on the vape train again. Vape powered devices. There was a total UWO style project, and I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy who comes in and says, hey, you should do this, you should do that, you should do the other thing. I had another idea for what you should do. But it was very much an UWO kind of project. Instead of a saw, it was an XKCD comic. Instead of a saw stop, you know, the thing that retracts the blade in an instant and saves your finger, you'd make a saw start. And so it'd start the saw in an instant if it detected contact. And that's doable. I could make that today. I could make that in about 10 minutes. Basically, you get a microcontroller that has touch controls, and you hook it up to the blade or something adjacent to the blade. And then you put the saw on a relay and lock it on. That's it. That's the most unsafe thing in the fucking planet. And you get a hot dog, and you put it up to the blade, and it goes, brrr, and blows up the hot dog. And there you go. That's so simple that you could draw that out for an entire stream and then have your crazy, crazy go nuts time at the end where you're exploding hot dogs that come into contact with it. But you got to be fucking careful. you have to keep your head on a goddamn swivel around something like that. I would have a dead man's fucking switch. I would be holding on to a dead man's switch in my other hand. If anything happens, I'm letting go of this and the saw is going to stop. No, the saw stop works differently. Saw stop gets in the way of the saw, and then everything retracts because of the way, like, things break and the saw retracts. Saw stop is a physical device that jumps in the path of the saw and instantly stops it to the point where you get just like a little tiny cut on your finger instead of a slot machined out of it. But yeah, we'll take a look at that later. What I need to do is in Node Red, I'm going to inject a get stream status, and we're going to see. Oops. This one. We're going to see on air turn on in 7 seconds. So 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that was a little fast. There we go. Good. Okay, so that works. As long as I have it trained on this scene, then the on-air light will come on. I mean, I could also put the on-air light like right there. And then we could be in this cam when it starts up, and then it'll boop, turn on. I need to find like the most visible spot in this shop. But I love that on-air light because it makes sure that I'm turning off all the streams at the end of the day. I had the first time we got a lot of this stuff working. No, that wasn't the first. It was when we got a lot of good stuff working. I had a 4-hour stream where 4 of the hours were just the technical difficulties screen. It was terrible. But in previous streams, I was able to start on this scene, and you would instantly see the on-air thing pop on. Instead, I put a delay in there. So now I can start stream on this scene, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Light pops on, we're ready to go, sort of. There's a lot of work now to getting streams started these days. One of them is making a good thumbnail. I'll just save that one. It's not hard to do. It's just another thing that I have to do. And meanwhile, I've got my doctor calling me, trying to give me insulin. Okay, so, and then the other thing that I would like to do, and I don't know if, we're probably not going to get to it today. Today's building a thing. It's a very simple thing to build. We'll get it together very easily. But then beyond that, getting a test done for the keyboard circuit so that I know that what I'm doing is correct. I think we have MOSFETs on the other end, so I think we can just do a simple transistor inverting circuit so that we have one signal coming in and going to one thing, and then we have the other signal inverting, going to the other thing, and all the things are going to be activated by all the weird voltages that we have. It might not need to be a 5-volt activation. I think it just needs to be above 0 for there to be MOSFET activation. And the other thing that I need to do on the keyboard project is figure out violators because I did all the castellation stuff to their specifications, except it needs to be 0.3 millimeter from hole to hole. Although maybe I could move them I could move them up a little bit, couldn't I? I could move them up and then the castellations will get more narrow. That might be the solution. That might be the solution to that one. And that way I'm not out of specification for this. It'll still be 0.4 millimeter between the castellations, I mean, technically what I'd really want is just the board edge. I don't even need that cut in, but I guess the extra surface area might help solder do its thing. Let me make a note of that. I gotta make a note of that. Where is that? Keyboard, where's the keyboard? CAD violators, and then move. I have a whiteboard now. Move castles to 0.4. Okay, made a note, made a note, made a note, made a note, made a note. What's that? I was looking at electric bikes. I can buy another classic working car for the same price. Huh. Oh yeah, this is my car collection, only one of which runs. I don't have a problem, you do. Yeah, electric bikes can get kind of crazy. There's these electric dirt bikes now that are pretty intense. I was going to say insane or intense, and I couldn't figure out which one I wanted to say. All right, this has not bolused since, yeah, we gave the 0.5, because I also have like a ton of insulin in my system right now. So we're gonna keep an eye on this. We'll come back to this later. This is a good mix. This is a Deckard, my definition of chill, and it's actually the after party for my definition of chill. That's interesting. I guess it's a little harder than chill. So another project, oh yeah, by the way, this was sent in by a viewer, and I think, I'm not sure if it was Shortlurker, if Shortlurker just chimed in to say that he had also used something like this before, but somebody sent me the Wolf Box electronic, I guess, spray air. This thing has a huge, first of all, huge battery. This thing is very heavy. So we've got an enormous battery in here, and then we have a turbine motor up here. And the result is, when you get it to actually turn on, it moves a lot of air. It moves a lot of air. There's a lot of air. It moves a lot of... Good Lord. Unlocks hidden dust. Yeah, there's dust that I didn't know I had. Oh, rest in peace, surface mount components. I can see dust going around and getting caught in this thing. Oh my God, that's a lot of dust. Holy shit. Oh, I'm trying to get you guys to view this. Oh, this is gonna be a disaster. Hold on. Stand back. Oh my God, I'm gonna open the window more. I'm gonna open the window more. It's a little dusty. Everything's gonna be equally dusty instead of some things being more dusty than others. Equally dusty, all my stuff. All right, fresh air, fresh air, fresh air. All the fresh air. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't breathe. He's gone dust crazy. Whew. Actually helps a lot. This thing is getting warm. Hold on, let's see it on thermals. I don't know what song this is, but it's kind of awesome. More power than a ducted fan on an RC jet. I think that's essentially what the fan is supposed to be. Wonder if I can move air out this way. Look at that. So much dust is crawling in the air right now. I can feel thrust on it. Yeah, there's thrust. What if I just take this? There was a floof NATO on the floor, yeah. Oh my God, it's even higher pitch. Why are there blue lights on the front? Cute little toy. I think it's kind of useful though. Oh, there's oh God, there's barges of hair. Oh dear God. Okay, all right, let's let's get back over here. Good Lord. Yeah, things have been a little stale here for a while, so dust has been collecting on everything. It's a state of things. Oh, the top of the monitors. This is going to be nasty. Get 4 of them and I can make a dust thrust drone. Nasty. Cross this one over here. Oh, that's a lower mode. Wait, hold on. There we go. Well, if there's anything to scare the dust up, it's this. Yeah, that definitely works, although it's now all in my lungs. I don't know how long that battery would last on. I mean, it still says it's full, but it's a brand new battery, but that's pretty useful, actually, to be honest. Run it every now and then in order to get all that surface dust off of everything. Problem is, if I'm doing anything with surface mount, I might as well just not be. Because this thing will yeet that stuff in the next time zone. Lungs are dust filters. Well, it's all the pre-lung stuff. It's the hairs in your nose. I'm going to put this back on charge. I have a feeling the battery is probably pretty unsafe in this thing. I mean, it's probably got all the safeties, right? But it's a big enough battery to do like crazy stuff. I have a feeling that's the case. All right. How long have I been pre-streaming for? That phone call took up a lot of time, and I'm sorry about that, but if somebody calls me about insulin, I'm answering the phone, you know? Wonder if it's strong enough to keep Cold Forge running with an external battery. Yeah, or like a power source. Here, I'm just gonna stop this. So before my allergies get the best of me and I end up itching my whole face today, which is, I already feel it's starting on. It's not because it's spring and all of the trees are starting to pollinate. No. It's because a viewer, I suspect I know who, but I'm not sure because it was anonymously sent to me through Amazon. So if you sent this in, own it. I would love to know. Whoever sent it in said it would be at least good for some shenanigans, and boy howdy is it. This is a motorized duster. It is like spray air, and it has about the same pressure when you put the right nozzle on it, right? And you can inflate other stuff with this. Apparently, you can do like pool toys or like an inflatable mattress with this thing. Apparently, yeah, 2S or 3S lithium. It's mostly handle. The handle is where all of the lithium ion energy is going to be, and then there's a turbine on the top. So I think on Friday we should take this apart. I want to at least get an idea of what's inside of it, because the turbine kind of fascinates me. It looks metal. It looks like a metal turbine from the back here, but it also just looks like a 20 millimeter or like a 10 millimeter fan, 10 to 20, like 20, right? It's like a 1 inch. But this thing produces thrust. It actually pushes back on you. And it seems like it's a pretty viable alternative to spray air, because spray air, you know, is not necessarily safe unless you want to freeze something. And yeah, not guilty. Yeah, I do not know who sent this in, but thank you, because this will be useful around here. If I have to like machine something and I want to blow stuff away, I guess, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I mean, it's definitely going to be useful, and I'm not just going to add it to a collection of stuff that I've broken while taking apart. I would like this to survive. the take apart process. It looks like it's probably held together with screws. There are 2 big rubber palm stickers, and they wouldn't include that unless they were trying to cover up screws. So I am going to guess that we probably have 2 beefy, round lithium-ion cells, hence why you would round out all of your edges, and then screws in the middle to hold it together. That's my guess, but we'll see on Friday what happens. My PC dusting, as my cats love. Oh, wait, yeah, let me try on the water-cooled PC. This is definitely going to be necessary, although this is going to unleash an absolutely epic amount. You guys can just get the audio of this. You don't get to see this, rather. Oh, my God. That is just a biblical plume of dust. Seriously, the air changed color. Enjoy efficiency, PC. Oh God, the power supply. My vision is impaired by dust. Could this generate electrostatics? I don't know. I have no idea. Whew. That was a gray cloud that was emitted from my PC. And all this stuff is going to go up into the atmosphere and hopefully down that vent over there and into the air handler for the rest of the house. And everyone else can deal with it. What's that? It's kind of like the other side of a shop vac. I could see the dust bunnies moving among the keyboards. Zip tie on the throttle. I think I can hold this and it'll... No, wait. Yeah, did you see that? Yeah, that keeps it on permanently, I guess, if you hold down the back button. Wait. No, it like pauses it. That just turned it off. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Weird. It's, I don't know, it must have little modes. Could this also be a solder fume disperser? It's way too powerful for that. What are you talking about? This thing is designed to move stuff, move air, and not do it quietly. If you want something to suck solder, you want a big, quiet fan. That's the best way to do it, is big, quiet. And it's especially bad for a shop like this where I do broadcasting stuff. So we'll just sit that on the charger for a little while. I got a smaller one last month based on Shootout Comparison Project Farm on YouTube. This one appears to produce just a little bit of thrust backwards. It's actually not insignificant. And that actually really helped show off, well, it helped dust everything around here. This place has been getting pretty dusty because I spend most of my day here. And yeah, when you spend a day in a room, you're producing dust. So email notification said click here for a haircut. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Yeah, it's my SMD component deleter. Okay, so anyway, we've worked out all of my insulin woes. Apparently 5 bottles is what I should be getting. I need to set up an auto reminder so that I fill out my prescription on time, and that will allow me to generate extra. And hopefully all of those prescriptions are going in and they're going to get filled out by the companies. Otherwise, I need to go into health systems. I don't know if we determined what would... I didn't... Ooh, that was bad. I didn't do that. I said thank you, and I don't know if she's going to reissue the prescription now. Maybe they will. They just write them for nothing. I guess that's probably what the procedure is going to be. I'll have to figure that out after stream. And then I had a data keeping issue where Night Scout was not getting glucose information, and it is now. So in a couple months, this will have an accurate number for the number of units that I get per day, etc. So it's a thing. It's a living. So anyway, we're ready to now concentrate and actually work on the project. I got this duster in the mail, and I just tried it out around the shop, and now the air is full of just palpable dust. So I don't want higher voltages. We have a circuit here that is designed to kick the emotes at my face with a solenoid. Viewer Wexo, friend of the channel, sent me hundreds, maybe 1,000 of these things, these emotes. I'm gonna fucking sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my God. There's so much dust. Oh dear God, why did I do that? Whew. I should be wearing a mask. That's stupid. This stupid thing. This thing sucks. I need to take the vacuum down here and actually get rid of the dust instead of just putting it into the atmosphere. But anyway, we're ready to work on the actual circuit. We're working on this emote kicker. I call it a kicker. I guess kicking is the right word. But what this is designed to do is to throw an emote in my face on a redemption of channel points, or just the usage of the emote. I've kept it up to the usage of the emote so that we don't have to use our precious channel points to throw the emotes. This is basically just a 12-volt solenoid. It's the same thing you'll see in like the Mark Rober video where he pushes an arcade button very precisely. It's not necessarily the most elegant solution. It's kind of big and bulky. You could probably do something a little bit more elegant with like a servo, and it'd be smaller. You would need a whole backpack for everything. It's an April Fool's prank disguised as a duster. That's actually very, very smart. I guess I got pranked. It sucks to breathe this air right now. I can feel it. I can feel the dust. Ugh. Isn't that dusty? It doesn't look that dusty. I just am sensitive to it. So anyway, yeah, like you can see in the light here that there aren't that many dust particles floating around, right? I can see a couple. Oh my God. So anyway, the air is full of dust. I'm probably going to sneeze. But yeah, so simple coil that magnetically attracts a cylinder into itself, right? And so in doing so, we get a thrust motion. Now, we've seen solenoids used in other stuff like this ancient vinyl cutter, circa 2008 probably, where the pull action of the solenoid pulls in on this, right? And that deploys the cutter head, which is linearized by a linear bearing. And then for some reason, to keep it from twisting, I guess, there's an adjustment here for two bearings for your right and left cutter adjustment. The cutter is, of course, something that can swing around freely. It can go 360 degrees. So you have the solenoid pull here, and I guess there might have been a way to adjust it, but it's just this weird, I don't know why all this stuff is necessary. It, I guess, keeps the cutter head from moving all around, right? Yeah, all the dust is in my lungs. There's just a lot of mechanics involved in this. This is a typical solenoid application. And this was also another 12-volt solenoid. Actually, I think it might have been 32 volts, whatever. But this solenoid is designed to go click and hold, right? For us, we just want to go ba-bam and throw something away, right? We want it to hit as hard as we can. We're not too worried about the heft. As long as we can heft one of these guys, that's all we really need, right? So what I did is just went out on a limb and took a Nixie tube power supply, this thing right here, set it to an upper voltage limit, which in this case was 100 volts because of the meter that I got, 100 volts on that thing, and then said, hey, kick for the number of milliseconds that I send you. We sent it like 80 milliseconds. That was enough to get this thing to go bam and back. And you can see when this thing activates, it'll actually activate the 100 volts. This thing will charge up, and then it goes bam and goes all the way back down to 0. Well, it goes back down to 5 because I guess there's leakage through the power supply. But that's what we got, right? And that was all on breadboard. And so doing that with a TIP-122 transistor, the TIP-122, at least for the jankiness of our setup, bit the big weenie in the sky. This thing is dead. It's dead in a weird way where it like held, it became like an SCR. No, the silicon controlled relay. No, that's not the right one. Which is the one, what's the electronic switching component where I think it's a triac. No, triac and triode. How do those work? There's one where when you trigger it, it stays triggered until you remove current entirely. Like if you didn't put a resistor on the line, SCR, so silicon controlled relay. Yeah, you give it an activate and it stays, not a solid state, a silicon control, SCR. It's a specific type of component. When you trigger it, all of that current or voltage or whatever the hell you're triggering it with stays on the line. Silicon controlled rectifier, sorry, okay. So unless you give it like a pulse in the opposite direction to discharge the line, it'll stay triggered. That's how this thing was acting. So I had to turn off the whole system and it was at super unsafe voltage levels. I've got little spark marks in my screwdriver. I should use the little piece of tube that we have lying around for that. Anyway, so that's what we did last time. So this time, and this thing gets thrown in the garbage. I need like a garbage cam, so I can flip to it every time I throw something at the garbage. Have it like triggered on motion. That'd be a fun build. That's something, I mean, Funhouse already did that joke a while ago with one of their drunken gameplay things. Every time somebody threw something in the garbage can, it would clip to that. But that was done by the editor and not done automatically. What we're going to do is the logical next step of a project like this. This is not a project that needs to have a permanent circuit board made for it. And this is a project that could potentially scale or get reshuffled into any other thing. So what we're going to do, and not with this piece, but with another piece, we're going to build it on a perforated prototyping PCB. What that allows us to do is to have a solid circuit that's not going to be subject to like moving around the desk and everything becoming unplugged, right? It'll prevent that. Everything will be locked down onto this. If I need to expand it, I can expand it. And then I can also put optical isolators between our 100 volts and our ESP8266. Those are the goals of today. We're going to build something that does that. And it's going to have a barrel plug input in case I want to plug it into a 12 volt power brick and move it somewhere else. That will eventually make its way into the body of the actual thing when we work that out a little better. But so this way, if we bake everything together, that means that anything safe for me putting my arm across it, we will be safe from. We can put it on standoff so it sits up off the desk, and then I can have, you know, my traces on the top and the bottom with the high voltage separated from the low voltage. If we move it, everything stays connected. So a lot of advantage to going to perforated prototyping, and it's also kind of a comfort zone for your streamer to work in. Your streamer is good with perforated prototyping boards. So we will build that, and we will put the Arduino in a socket. Mostly everybody else gets screw terminals. I guess this power supply has its own push terminals, but it also does have 0.1-inch standoffs that I think we can take advantage of. Unless we just keep it like this and do a wire down to the board. Now, I would rather do standoffs on this. Whew, okay. SCR is two PN junctions back to back. PN, where the middle is funny and acts like a gate. Oh, and I found the NPN transistors. We could only find PNP before. I have NPNs, but they're on little boards. So my last stream was a sponsored stream, but I'm totally embarrassed about it. I should like delete it. Last stream, I basically just argued with my chat the whole time about parts of a circuit, and then we were in the part generation stuff the whole time. Annoying. And then I got so pissed off that I wanted to actually build something like physical so that I could show it flopping back and forth when you push the button. So I could be like, look, my circuit works. This works. And then we put it all together, and it turns out the NPNs were... That's going to happen a little bit. The NPNs were PNPs, and my whole circuit topology was wrong. So I looked over the weekend, and I found NPNs, so we can actually build this circuit now. But... so stupid. I didn't get anything done last stream. It's the worst. And all of that parts generation that I finished later, because I said we're not gonna spend all stream just making a part. That's what we did. So I spent a little bit of time with CAD getting the rest of those parts done. It took me about 2 hours to get everything done. When I finally put the part onto the board, it blew up because it replaced the vias with non-rule violating vias. So I got to do something in Fusion to make them violate rules. Then we'll get back to that altogether. It's the air just tastes like dust right now. I should have taken all that stuff outside before dusting it. Jesus. I need to have like a vacuum on the window or something. Whew. That duster's effective though. It's an effective duster. But yeah, I'm sorry. I meant to do the more funner stuff on stream, and we could do like the AI trace generation stuff for that board, because that board's a lot of traces that just need to go into the right spot. So if we get the air wires to look right, if we swap the GPIO enough to get the air wires to look clean enough, we can leave it to a board generator to do the rest. We can see if we like that or not, or if I need to go back to manually routing curved traces. That's where we are with the keyboard project. I want that to be done because I need that extra physical keyboard in the shop as both spare and a thing to interface with my new machine, the portable one. So anyway, that leaves this. So this thing I want to kind of cement onto a PCB so that it is solid, and we can play with the mechanics a little bit more with the solenoid in order to not maybe make it do that. Oh, and it's loosening itself too. I'm so smart. Look at what I built. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to address that. Okay. Oh, and then it just fell apart. Cool. Very, very cool. Very cool, very cool. All right, you wait over here. Actually, this part can wait over here. The hopper part. Dust. I thought I got all of you. I didn't dust on top of the milling machine. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That'll blow up my whole house. That's how all that USCSB videos go. I hope all those people still have federal jobs. Jesus Christ. Because those videos are amazing. The USCSB, U.S. Chemical Safety Board, has just an amazing crew making 3D renders of industrial accidents. And they do a great job. They do a really good job at it. It basically just, for all the people with a big dent in their head, it explains things in such a clear and concise way, and it brings you along for the journey of how the chemical plant fucking exploded. And typically the answer to like 90% of them is dust. Airborne dust. The air is 5% dust, makes the perfect air to fuel ratio. Exactly. If you have dust in the air of almost any kind, it is explosive. And I don't mean, I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I didn't say flammable. I said explosive. Because apparently it makes an air-fueled bomb out of the whole place. So if you have, for instance, like an air handler that's up in the rafters of your shop, and it uses some kind of a pulley system, and it's been up in the rafters for 45 years, even 30, 20, and it's collecting the dust that your shop generates, and you've been steadfast about cleaning dust everywhere else, but it's on top of this air handler, and something goes wrong with the belt, and it starts vibrating, and suddenly it kicks up a bunch of dust. Well, that dust can make its way to something like a sparking motor commutator and fucking explode. And it's happened. It's incredible. So I wonder how flammable all that dust was that I just kicked up. Flour mills? Yeah, flour is already a fuel source. It doesn't need that much help, but if you dustify it, I mean, that's what they did on all those Discovery TV shows to make a big fire explosion. Or at least some of them. They were like, what if we put flour in it? And it's like, oh, geez, come on, guys. Yeah, and coffee creamer, too. Coffee creamer, flour, bunch of stuff like that. All right, so let's get a PCB. I've got a whole collection of them over here. Now, the one that I would love to be using for all of these different circuits that I do is this one-sided square hole, square pad PCB. This stuff is really great for surface mount and the type of stuff that I do. We've been forced to use the clad through ones because these are more abundant and a lot cheaper. If I can find a good source for more of this stuff, I I really would like to get more because, especially for things like the, I did the stereo splitter for the synthesizer stuff over the weekend, and building this would have been much easier if I only had the plates on one side. It turns out in the Donkey Kong connector, you can have, and I gotta get an example here, hold on. Let's grab an example. With the Donkey Kong connector, if you put them up against this stuff, then the, it will make contact to those side holes because that metal goes all the way down to the bottom. So when you solder this in, it can tend to, at least, it can tend to make contact with those two wings. So, I mean, I could have put down Captain tape on either row of holes. That may have been the smarter thing to do. You know, on consideration, cutting out little individual squares, I could have just put Captain on this side. That was dumb. All right, well, in the future, I know what to do. But yeah, it created a lot of issues with this and the other splitter board that I made. I don't know if I'm going to need to make more splitter boards, but if I do, I know the technique, hopefully I remember, is to put Captain on the other side of the board in order to make it one-sided. But yeah. That stuff I could only find at a brick-and-mortar electronics store. Yeah, and they always charge a shitload. I think whoever I got this from probably got it from DigiKey for a premium back when stuff like this was not cheap. But nowadays, this stuff is so cheap. I mean, we're kind of forced with this stuff. But having square holes, really good for surface mount because you've got that tiny little gap. So if you need to put a transistor in, you can use 3 holes that are adjacent to one another and you can use the whole thing. And then if you put a resistor, of course, it just jumps across the two. Very easy. What's up, Svar? Celia? Oh, somebody subbed. Oh, the red light when subbing is actually kind of vital. NyanoCat! 18 months of NyanoCat. NyanoCat, thank you so much for subbing. It's very, very nice of you. We had an anonymous gift over the weekend of one of these air dusters, and I took it to the whole shop, and I am now sneezing and coughing. I feel awful. I just kicked up all of this fucking dust. It's all in the air. Actually, I think it's settled a bit by now, and I've got the window open, so. Okay, so we got 2 standoffs on this thing, and then we have 2 3-pin and a 2-pin to plug in. We'll have to figure out what the height of that is. I heard this brand is pretty good. Wolfbox? I don't know who sent this in. I want them to fess up so I know. We changed the clock on Sunday. First thing I did yesterday and today when I got home from work is to go to bed for a nap. There's some people have a lot of trouble adjusting. I don't really ever have that much trouble just because my sleep schedule is terrible. We're going to take this apart on Friday and see what makes it tick. Because it moves a lot of air. It actually has thrust. Pretty cool. And then I want it to go back together cleanly because I want it to be another tool in the shop because that'll be very useful. You know, I used to just buy the spray air, but I've never needed to like cryogenically freeze anything with the spray air. So, yeah. So the things we have to fit. 1, 2, skip to my loo. Skip to my loo, my darling. Voltage meter and that. So that's that block. These are all of the screw terminals that I have. I don't have any more or less. Did I hear something? I felt like I just heard somebody cough. Weird. I wish I had more of like a 3-gang of these guys. I do have another one of these. Let me find the other one of those. Because that one's actually the right spacing for the FET. And I want the FET to be replaceable. I want it to be able to be pulled out and put in when it dies. Because it's switching 100 volts. It's good for 100 volts, but I don't know how good it is for 100 volts. So let me just grab the other one of those that I have. I think it's still in the drawers here. In my drawers. Let's see. It is the last screw terminal that I have. Although I do have other devices that have screw terminals on them, so maybe I could just steal a set. Here we go. Here's the other one. I guess if I remove one of the screw terminals from the housing, that could do the 3. But I need 3 with this spacing. What's up, Noisemo? The air duster in can is in fact a lightweight hydrocarbon, and it blah 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 blah. Oh, like makes depolymerizes a polycarbonate plastic. I've never heard. I thought it was just an evaporating gas. I just put the clock with the GPS receiver, so I never need to set it again. I need to get one of those for my parents because the cable box no longer has the time on it, and so they bought these cheapy little clocks just so that they could see what time it is while watching TV. Not something I do, but it'd be nice for them to know what time it is or isn't. What am I looking for? I'm looking at some circuit boards right now. We're looking for a good prototype PCB that we can start work on and build within the span of a stream. So the other question is, do I want to put connectors on it, or do I want everything to be terminals? If you spray your laptop with it, you can watch the laptop chassis crumble apart. What? About to build a plant light controller and deciding whether I want to use a real-time clock or an ESP32 and make it get time from Wi-Fi. That's an interesting one too. I don't think I really want to put 100 volts to the XT connectors, although I do have an abundance of them, and they are board edge XTs. They have those extra pins there to anchor it to a board. I wonder how they fit on perforated prototyping. I don't really want to use XTs everywhere because it can cause confusion. I think I should probably limit these to battery applications. It almost lines up to 0.1. It's off by a little. Like, you could get away with soldering that if you bore out some of the holes, but all right, I'm not going to use that though. And then I could use something like a 3-pin connector where you only populate the 2 pins so that they're far apart. I don't think we're that serious. I could use the fan connector too, the fan style connector. Putting 100 volts into something that I could accidentally plug a fan into is probably not ideal, so let's stay away from those. These are all the things you got to decide when you either build physically a PCB or author one, you know, make one electronically and send it into a place. Now, I want expansion, but I don't think I want that much expansion. I think we need to make it a little bit better. If you use an RTC, how do you prevent drifting? I mean, you can either sync up to the radio frequency, or if you do it over Wi-Fi, you can just check in at time.gov. Overclock a 12-volt fan with 100 volts. I think it'll just go and then die. I don't think it'll be like a warrior's death. I don't think it'll be that cool of a death. You know, you gotta plan this stuff around how awesome it's gonna be when it dies. This is too small. Almost. I could probably do it if I had different electronics, but going small with high voltage is not a good goal. It's just not a good goal. You're just not there, man. This isn't the scene. Going long with high voltage could be good, but I don't think all of our stuff is going to fit. Yeah, this thing is huge, so we gotta work around this, because one of my steadfast requirements, one of my absolute requirements, is that this board that's making 100 volts is held on, because we had it loose with the breadboard, and it's a little bit harrowing to have 100 volts just kind of willy-nilly floating around like nothing matters. Just make smelly smoke and die when the tiny 30 gauge wire burns. I think it would be something in the regulator would just be like, no. Just like one transistor would be like, no, this is not the scene. And it would just fucking fart, and then it would be dead. Just one, not even a wet fart, just like a just a, and then it's dead. And you'd be left with the smell. One of the projects that I want to do, 3D printed 7-segment display to make with NeoPixel strips. I have a lot of Nixie stuff that I would love to be able to do. But what I really want to do, here is we're going to build something that somebody else already built. I put a smaller nozzle on the 3D printer, about 2 spools of black filament. I want to make a split flap display, a big one, and I want it to have a lot of characters. Why would you do a split flap display, Bother? Well, because Pennsylvania, Philadelphia no longer has its big train board at 30th Street. That used to be our fame, like one of the famous things about Philadelphia is that 30th Street Station had a split flap display, and they finally decided to let it go, so you can no longer stand in that echoey hall and hear the ch-ch-ch-ch-ch of the split flap display displaying stuff. I want to build one that's going to be a huge pain in the ass. It's a lot of printing, a lot of parts to 3D print. but I think I can do it pretty well. And I think if I print the flaps either in 2 halves and glue them together, or if I do black layer, white layer, and then black layer, then we can get a consistent-ish look out of everything. Flip clocks and split flaps are so cool. We can put that, and then the thing is, like, once we build it, it'll be very, very easy for me to put on node red, and then we'll just have an MQTT node that is split flap, and if it gets a message that's longer than what it's able to display, I can just make it say whatever I want. So I can just say a novel. So it'll be like SPFAR says, a novel. And then that'll be, yeah. Flip clocks available secondhand. I bought my brother one for like $30. they're all over the place, man. Apparently the one that I bought for my brother kept time better than any of his other clocks. And I'm like, dude, it was like Amazon fodder. I couldn't figure out what to get you. We have trouble getting each other things. Actually, all of his gifts are super cool, and mine just suck. I guess I'm a little easier to shop for, but not by much. All right, so I think this is the size of our board. I don't think we can find anything better than this. You buy new ones at Amazon, but they look designed after one of those old balance scales. Yeah, sometimes the design leaves a little bit to be desired. So power in, Arduino, up at the edge. You always put these up at the edge because that's where you're going to want to plug your USB into. Keep it out of the way of the standoffs and give me plenty of room to get out of the side holes here. Then we have our high voltage stuff. So big power supply. Ew, that's a problem. We might have to use the giant one because I'm not going to be able to fit everything else in here and get kind of separation between our high and low voltages. That's a bummer. That's a lot of PCB that we've got to waste. Let's see if I got anything else. I think this is the biggest size, and then these I bought separately. I don't want to do multiple levels. We've toyed with that before. I don't think I could make that work. I bought these little ESP breakouts. I don't know how many of them I have left. I think there's a whole one somewhere in here. Hold on. Pause for looking for things. I think I moved them all to another bin. That's another bummer. We don't have as many opportunities with these boards because, you know, you just make a PCB now. Didn't even bother with this stuff. I don't know where they went. I had ESP8266 breakout boards, but I've kind of cannibalized most of them. But I think that would be a lot of wasted space, to be honest. And then this puts high voltage like right near stuff. So no, that doesn't work. Okay, all right, so that one's out. And it looks like this is the biggest one, followed by its buddy over here. So if we're going to build this spread out so that nobody gets blown up by high voltage, I have to use one of these. This is way too big, though. So I guess we've got to make the other one work. We have no choice. What are we building? We're putting the high voltage emote kicking circuit on its own. So it'll get its own PCB so that things don't rattle around on the table and shock me. And shockma. Shocking audiences everywhere. Let's get this out of the way. I don't like electrical current going through my limbs. I don't know about you guys. To each their own, I guess. That would be the 12-volt section. If I put this way, that means even though this stuff is high voltage, these are the terminals. So those I can move all the way out to here. The only problem is, I mean, I guess I can do them like this. I want this transistor to be flat, but I guess I can't. I don't get that. I don't get that luxury around here. There simply just is not enough room for me to operate. Because this would be like that, and then I would have opto isolators over here. What about a 3D printer base with threaded inserts? What are we talking about? The the flip display would be a character display, and they're all 3D printed and they'd be big. And then I'd mount them probably above burn the subs or even like up higher. There's no, actually that's a broken sight line there. There would be the best unbroken sight line for a flip display, but everything's 90 degrees. Well, then I've got to run the outputs this way. It's still a little close for comfort. I still have barely enough room. We got to use the big boy. I don't think I have any choice here. How much current do you expect to run through the voltage regulator? That TO3 no, this is running 100 volts for a split second. It doesn't get hot. I'll put it on a standoff just to for sure. Yeah, so it's here the sizes. This, and then big boy. And we need something somewhere in between these two sizes that I don't have. If this is vertical too, I guess that does open it up a little bit. So it'll be like this. That could make it happen. And then I have room under this to put all the stuff. There'd be no expansion because everything would be completely filled. If 12 volts coming in from here. And then I have a 3-volt regulator that has to go. Oops, I don't want to bend these. I bent them a little bit. I got a couple of these. I bought a kit of them the other day. So this comes in sideways there for 12 volts. Probably want like a, well, power indicator LED can be on this thing. And then I need these two connections are high voltage. So those can go vertical on the edge. And those are both 100 volt connectors. And they go to the display and the capacitor bank. And there's one more. I need one more of these. I don't have one more. Okay, we gotta find one more of these guys. Put some on the other side of the board. I don't want to because I want this to pack in nicely with everything else. But we do get, I mean, we get a little bit of separation here. This is basically opto-isolator zone. And then that tab is probably at a pretty high voltage, but it's pretty well isolated. I think that might be okay. This might be acceptable. I could even put some overheating disconnects on it. We'll have to fish around for those. But first I need one screw terminal that is not 3 pins. I need a 2-pin. That one's a 3-pin. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, we could steal it from something. I wish these little motor things cut off both plus and minus. They would be a lot more useful to me. We could use one even in this circuit if that were the case. But the tip 122 is the appropriate voltage. It's just when I'm thinking about screw terminals, like these things have a bunch of screw terminals. The LIN bus adapters have these nice close 3-pin things that I could use for the solenoid. But we need if we ever do something with the LIN bus, I'm going to want those to be intact. So it's not something that I can ruin. I need to find like a kitschy sensor. That's a 3-pin. Damn it. It's just a relay. Like what? I don't need that for just, well, sometimes you do. Sometimes you do. Nope, that's a breakout board for that specific connector. We can find a screw terminal that I don't need. For sure. Actually, is there one in the old electronics bin? That's the other place to look for it. Yeah, these little motor activators were neat, but all they do is just like Darlington, those two. I would really rather this fully cut off the motor and then turn it back on, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah, there's some cursed stuff in here. Now, it doesn't look like I have anything that I can painlessly sacrifice. It would be an actual sacrifice to get rid of one of those. We need one more 2-terminal screw thing. Let me see if there's one down here. And then we got to look in alternative places. or use connectors. Oh, this thing has major terminals. I don't think I need major terminals on this. Those are way too, these are too high current for my needs. Yeah, there's two of them on here too. This is a sacrificial power supply board. This is just a power supply. It does not have screw terminals in the first place. I need something that's meant for, like, I don't know, tinkerers to use. Oh, 3D printer board. This has a giant 2-terminal for high current. It does not have any of those small terminals. Come on, man. Maybe we'll use that. Old 3D printer stuff is usually a pretty good resource because they're working under the same circumstances as we are. You know, they're not super high pro devices. They're devices for people who tinker around with stuff. So they include things like screw terminals. This is from the security system here, the old security system, and it's a bunch of screw terminals on a relay board, but those are not useful to me. Those are way too serious and exposed. Nixie clock that my brother failed building? No. Insulin stuff? No. BMW stuff? No. That should definitely have terminals on it, and it doesn't. Yeah, scraping the barrel here, chat. We are scraping that barrel. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Not even screw terminals on that one. What about the bottom of the box? Is there something at the bottom of the box? Oh, the lowliest of lowly parts. There's a chance that there's a screw terminal in the microcontroller stuff that I have. Oh, this is a little motor controller. We'll just leave that there and we'll never talk about this again. These boards have been striking out lately, to be honest. I don't think we've clocked a win using all of these excess circuit boards in a little while. It's been some time. Okay, so let's look for, I need one more 2-terminal screw thing, connector. It's possible that I have one stashed in here. Deep in this bin. There's a bin full of miscellaneous stuff at the very bottom. The old stories talk about it. But it's only a rumor. I do have Euro terminals, but I don't think I can safely use them in this design. These guys, I don't think I can use these in this design. You can't really tie these down to the circuit board. These are better for screwing like into like a solid thing and using it there. You can also kind of hot glue them if you really bodge it. Way down here, I've got a bunch of weirdo things. It doesn't really look like I got screw terminals in there. This one might have one. Come on, baby. Come on, you got it. Nope, don't see it. Bunch of weirdo connectors in this one, but none of those are the right thing. Okay, so got kind of a connector situation here. It's not the end of the world. I guess we can just steal it off of something. We can probably steal one of those big guys and use that for the solenoid off of the 3D printer controller board. That'll do. That's funny, I never thought I'd be in a shortage of terminals. They're not something I typically think to stock. These have weird stuff? No. Alright, let's get all these back together so we can harvest the one part that we need and then we can start putting this thing together. Just check down here just to make sure I don't have anything kicking around. Like at the bottom of the bin. All the way down here with the dinosaur bones of projects long forgotten. like the keyboard modifications that I wanted to do. There's the googly eyes. Forgot about those. Bunch of buttons. That button sample is one of the coolest things that I've gotten in a long time. Went to a trade show for like electronics designers. I was at the convention center, and I guess I got in there probably through my office at the time, but people were giving out samples left and right, and one of them was a switch testing calling card. Very cool stuff. So it's got a whole bunch of switches that are just on this PCB that you can play with. What's up, Gonad? How's it going? Here, I'll show you guys it. We'll get it out. I'll get it out. It's way down here. We're building all of that emote kicker stuff onto one singular PCB because as much as I appreciate throwing sparks around, I really just don't want to. I don't want to play around with high voltage. Woke up at 7 p.m. No, you woke up at a perfectly reasonable time for the East Coast of the United States, West Coast of the United States. That's what you got to tell yourself. Is I'm working on LA time. This thing's cool. So we've sacrificed one of the buttons already, but I have a whole bunch of them in a cabinet. So. But this thing is from SKS, and it is a calling card, or sorry, Alps too. Alps/SKS? No, just Alps. Yeah, an Alps, of all companies, Alps sample card. So this has a little clicky button. It's so cool. There's so many cool things on here, and you get to test them all. Sa! Yes, sa! 8! Hey, I was wondering about your model Satan. And by the way, if you see your mom this weekend, would you be sure and tell her? This is the SK, I believe SC is what we used in the RC car project as our side button. Instead of having a flat button, because I didn't have room, we put a little side button on it so that you could access settings and stuff like that. SKTH went to the Nintendo Switch that I probably should have sold by now. Fellow Pacific Time people, yeah. I haven't used that handheld in so long, and now I've got a different handheld. What do I do with the old one? I mean, it still has games on it. My nephew and I play the games on it, but what I really should do is hack the ever-loving shit out of it and get, like, SNES and NES games on that thing. That should be that. I'm gonna look into that soon. Hacking the Switch to just be an old console game console. Even though I've got like a couple purchases on it, it's like I don't want to really do anything with it anymore. It'd be more valuable as an emulator. This is a cool one. This is a Where Are You Switch. That goes both directions. It goes 2 directions, in and to the side. Remember to remove any online accounts. I would have to find a guide, and I don't want that to be my hobby, so I don't know how much I'm going to really get to that in the near future. These are cool, though. These little position switches, and then you've got all these SD card mounts, just to show you how in tune they are with the modern times. They give you all of their SD card mounts for all of your SD card mounting needs. But it's, yeah, this thing is cool, man. Skirm and skirp. Let's give it a little bit more skirp. Maybe we'll put a little skirb in there too. Squig. That sounds like a slur. SKQG. There we go. SKQG you'll find in a lot of like laptops, little slightly older laptops. Yeah, cool stuff. Anyway, this is how you find out the specific surface mount Alps button that you want to use. Oh, these are crazy. These have 2 positions. So you push these down twice. I can't even feel it with my fingernail, though. Yeah, you need to have like a button housing in order to do it. They give you a little pusher with the kit. But these have 2 positions. It's crazy. HMI sample card. What's Comic Sans? We're not doing any effing shenanigans here. I don't know about like how much I'm allowed to curse anymore. That's how incensed I am with the internet, and I've just given up. Like, fine, I won't curse. I'm eating chicken, broccoli, and bread. Why is that a sin? That sounds like a perfectly reasonable meal. Not even a gastro meal. All right, so these are going to become low profile mounts. I'm going to actually, should we pull these out or should I'm going to pull these out of this one. We're going to pull the headers out of this one because everything's going to be low profile headers. The ones that I like to do board interconnects with. And then we can arrange things and get them soldered down and start to hook everybody up. I know, man, it's like they're destroying my culture. This is my culture right here. My white guy potato salad culture. Oh, it's right in front of me. Haha. All right, so we're going to try to use this board because my board size goes doot. The Papa Bear is huge. I don't want to have to use Papa Bear. And I don't want to cut the edges because I want this to sit on 4 standoffs while it's on the desk like this. What are the new rules in one sentence? Puritanical. No, it's the Twitch guidelines were basically, and again, I'm not going to like talk about this for an hour, I hope. The Twitch guidelines were basically your advertising might be pulled if you're not a complete Puritan. Too many curses in a row, sexual themes, puritanical shit. And I think that's just completely anathema to Twitch. I think it's just the opposite of why we all came to Twitch. You just got to enable the sweary tag if you swear. I guess maybe I should not for mature audiences this stream, but I want look, if like a 15-year-old comes in and I'm going fuckity fuck, that should be fine. You know, they can giggle at all the curse words, but I'm saying them for a very distinct purpose. I have high blood pressure and it lowers my blood pressure a little bit to curse. So Twitch, you're causing a medical situation here. I could have a heart attack on stream if I'm not allowed to curse, especially being a Philadelphian. All the advertisers will pull out. We'll see how strong their pull-out game is. Wait a minute, that's the wrong thing. That's not what I didn't mean that. I just, like, executive board advertisers are the scum of the earth. I'm sure some of them are probably fine, but the majority of them, ooh, he said a swear word, is just, I hate it so much. But I don't rely on advertisements here. I rely on viewers like you to make my money. And I'm not about making money. Does that mean they don't roll ads? You know, what does that mean precisely? Because, like, Bamboo Labs, I'm sure would love to roll an ad when I'm going fuckity fuck, right? They would love to just roll an ad after that because everybody's paying attention and they don't care if you're cursing. I would think. Some advertisers do. They're out of touch and they need to get in touch if they want to advertise on Twitch because I'm not changing my behavior for this. But if I got more viewers, this would make more sense if I got more viewers, because I don't have enough viewers that I can care about ads. I don't care about ads. I turn them off as much as I can. I want to give you guys an ad-free experience. They don't let me do that. That's what I would love to do. No ads at all. But Twitch will run the ads and they'll make money hand over fist over it and just not give me the money. So it's just something. I don't know. I really don't like it, the sort of state of things like that. Yeah, give me a loophole to not have ads. If I do like curse, and obviously I'm not going to go outside of my own personality to do that, but if I did like trigger all of the ad killers, what would it do? And in the end, it would probably just not pay me, as opposed to not running ads, which is kind of how they imply. That's the language they use, but not what they're doing. What they're doing is they're pulling revenue, not pulling ads. How do I brace this thing without breaking it? I can crush the layer of headers like this, but it'll eventually break out horizontally. Mine is just on pre-roll. It's the minimum amount I can choose. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Pre-roll only. You know, I could decide to run ads during content, and if I ever did that, I would obviously have to set up a big indicator light that would tell me that the ad's rolling. So when the ad rolls, I would do literally nothing. I don't believe in robbing content from viewers. Some of these, I'm gonna rant. We're gonna go on a rant. Some of these like viewer things, you know, remember when YouTube used to just be like it, but now you have Patreon videos and you have YouTube member videos. And so a lot of these content creators that I really like, they make really good content and they, you know, hey, they deserve all the money, but in order to make their own, I don't know, salient, their own viable business, they've decided to do a lot of stuff behind the paywalls, and it kills me because I'm just not going to go to the paywalls. YouTube is $1 billion company. They can afford to pay you. Maybe you should protest to them. Why are these not pulling? Is my pullout game this week? There it is. Okay. We just need to apply heat for a little longer. Well, when the heat is on, you don't really want to... Anyway. What's the circuit you're making? We are taking the 100 volt TIP 122, which is it's like a 120 volt Darlington array. And we're hooking it up to a solenoid so that it throws an emote in my face, physically. Now, we already built a hardware implementation of this circuit, so we know that this is capable of throwing an emote out. Would you just give me the thing? Give me. What are you doing here? Damn it. Son of a bitch. This should be the easy way to pull pins, but it's not cooperating with me. I need like a block in here to hold. That's going to be too big. Yeah, I think that was the ground pin. The others should go much more quietly into the night. That's still too big for the vise. I was going to use one of these to push on the board. How else can I do this? Oh, no. I need like a block that I can put in there. Let's see. Should have something. Put it in an oven. I don't want the other parts to come off. Just want the one. With the lurker block. The lurker block's the right size. Oh, my vise is too small again. Come on, man. All right, just hold it by hand. It's big enough that I can hold it by hand. Oh no, but I need my other hand. I don't want to squish the antenna though. Let's see. I could squish the USB. I could squish the antenna. Those are bad places to grab onto it. Just a big block in the middle would be the best thing to hold it. No, I don't want to crush that. I don't want to break stuff, you see. There are emotes everywhere in this shop. They're all over the place, aren't they? I can't really plug it into that to hold it, can I? I guess this might work. Oh, well, it doesn't help that pin is bent. The pins are all over the place. That's the only limiting factor. Yeah, these are because I crushed them in the vise. These are all over the place. There we go. So that'll kind of hold on to it. Okay, so now I can actually, it's going to move a lot. Because this is a ground pin, all of the heat is getting distributed elsewhere and not to where the plastic is. I need it to get to the plastic so that I can pull it out. Once we get this row out, I can clamp onto this thing normally. And these should be much easier. Okay. What the? Okay, I'm getting fed up. I'm going to use vice grips. Not vice grips, but I'll go this view. Screw this. I don't need your advice, chat. I'm not here to get advice from chat. That's not why I started my own show. Although, to be fair, you guys have had a lot of good advice in the past. I'll take gravity for 500, Alex. Who's doing Wheel Fortunata or whatever? Show with the whammies and the double whammy. Win or lose. Well, that's dramatic. It's magnetic. Are you what kind of shoddy stainless steel is this? This is like a legitimate surgical tool. All right, that almost made me slip and burn my thumb. You guys saw me slip just then. Don't catch me slipping up. When I shake it back and forth, what it does is it... We'll just stop there. It loosens it in the plastic. Yeah, I don't know. Everything else about these is screaming stainless steel. It's just if your stainless steel is slightly lower grade, it'll take on ferrous qualities. And that's why when you get an induction cooktop, you can still get away with stainless steel, as I do, but it's cheap. I have that induction cooktop for brewing that I use. Now you demagnetize it either with heat or impact. You want to get those atoms out of sync with one another. And so if you introduce one singular magnetic force, it's going to align them better. You want to shake it up. Shake it up with entropy or impact. Sheer impact. Flux might not go unmissed on this operation that we're doing, but you buy your headers in bulk, all your pin headers like this in bulk, and you go, God damn it, that was expensive. And then for the next couple years, you just use them like they're worthless, like they have no value at all. You do both with a magnet, but if you wait to heat, that's good. You really can unmagnetize with a magnet. How does it mix it up? I guess if you hit it partially with a magnetic field, because I thought that would just realign everybody. Jeez. Oh, I got all the plastic off. Okay, that works for me. Who subbed? Code Rushed. Wait, the raid came in as a sub. Code Rush raiding with a party of 7. We didn't build anything for raids. And yet I got raids. That wasn't a good joke. Twitch. Castellate. Subscription. Point redeem. Chat message. Sub gifts. Channel chat notification. So this would be another channel chat notification. Channel chat notification. Oh bother, oh bother. Then in the raw event, user ID, login, blah, 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 blah. Chat username, Code Rush, Chatters Anonymous, false. Chat user ID. What's telling me it's a raid? 7 raiders. Notice type. So we need to get down to notice type, and then we can get raid, and then possibly, so let's, I could look for it in the message. Yeah, I could look for it in the text, but I'd rather get it as something like this. So raw event, payload event type. In our case, it would be payload raw event hold on, I've got stuff all over the keyboard here. Payload.raw event. Ugh. Raw event dot. That's another object. Wait, this is the wrong one. Wait a minute. That's a channel chat message. I haven't caught up with chat yet. Go away. Object. Raw event. There's a RAID object. So I could do RAID has something, or notice type. So wait, raw event, was that right? Raw event message dot event type. It's underscore, isn't it? Where did it go? Oh, notice underscore type. Message. Well, I could do that later. Actually, Twitch censors that for me. I have it set to a certain number of raiders will activate the notification. So it won't notify, this message won't come through. There might be another API call, but we're getting it from the message that appears in chat. You have a different alert for raids of 1. That's cute. They've raided themselves into my channel. They snuck in a different entrance. Payload raw event. All right, yeah, raw event message notice type. And then we have to see what comes out of there, because I need to see what else comes out of notice type. Because there will be a subscription, there will be a subscribe gift, and then there will also be other ones as well. So we need to actually pay attention to what comes through there. So what I want is just to print that out. But I guess we could just observe it again. So I'm going to click done on this, and we're going to keep an eye on it. Actually, wait, let's we'll just put in this one just so we remember it. Equal to event type, notice type rather, RAID. So lowercase RAID, that's still going to work. These two are probably going to be broken because we need to check in here to see what the other messages are for subscribers and stuff like that. And in fact, we had a sub from Niano 47 minutes ago, if we can find that. 47 minutes and quite a few chats. But this will be, ah, damn it, what is it? Channel chat notification. Nope. Chat message. Redeem. Wait, event type, yeah, redeem, and then this one. That's this flow. Chat message, chat message, chat message. Message, 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 message. See, did that change? No. Channel chat messages still. I've had this log running the whole time, so we can grab that out of here and we can clean this up and get a different color for a raid. If we can find the sub. Event notification. Oh no, we might not have it. Let's go back from the bottom. Chat message, chat message, chat message. Oh, channel chat message. No, wait, no. Channel chat, channel chat. And then there's the redeem. Where'd the raid go? Channel chat message, chat message, chat message. Am I going crazy? And then this is the different one. Event type redeem. Message, message, message. Event type channel chat notification. That's the raid. Event type raid. Wait a minute. Notification and event type. So there's channel chat notification. There's the raid. And then the other one is redeem. But I think we need to drill down to figure out what the channel chat message means. Because, I mean, event type raid, I guess I could just get from that. So I could just undo this and put it back to where it was. Back to there. And instead, I could look at the raid indicator. I guess that's probably the better way to do it. So let's just do that real quick. So event type redeem, we're not worried about. That's this one already. And then channel chat notification, we are using to get the subscription, which is a weird and backwards way to do it. So then we get event type raid. So I can just take, like, I don't know, point redeem. We can copy that one down here maybe. Call that one raids, payload, event type. Ah, crap, I just did something. Payload, event type, raid. And then when we get a raid, I'll just orange the LED and turn it off again. So we'll do, let's purple it because it's a Twitch thing. Purple 80 for a raid. Color. What if it was purple? That's it. Deploy. So now if we get raids, then we'll see it in the LED. Contains all, contains castellate. Contains point redeem. That's for the fart. Right now the fart does not have, well, it does specific stuff with the point redeem, but what LED? It's just the one that's sitting right in front of me. It's the ideal light. Technically this is called bulb 2, but it's not the on-air indicator. The on-air indicator already has its own complex set of instructions. All right, back to building. Sorry, I just had to, a raid was a pretty unique event, and then we had to figure out how to handle one so that now I know how to deal with that in Node-RED, and we can build stuff that interacts with Twitch as I broadcast. Okay, we can solder suck the end of this stuff with a little visual ASMR, and then we'll do the other header, which will be much easier because we'll be able to clamp the circuit board in the vise directly. Then we can put headers on everything and get it soldered down to the board, and then decide how our lines are going to get routed and where we're going to put various transistors and stuff. All the good stuff, all the circuit building stuff. Really need to learn Node-RED. What I'm doing is incredibly simplistic. It's very, very easy. to sort of wrap your brain around. It's basically, if a message comes in, look for this property, and if that property is in the message, route it to this system. And it's not even as organized as it could be. What I've done is I've split off a lot of similar functionality so that I can spread out. And I'll need to clean up these nodes to kind of make them look nice. I'll make them look nice at some point, really kind of spread out on the node interface so that it's a little bit more understandable what's going on. But there are certain messages coming into Twitch, and they can go in certain places. And when those flows hit some of the blocks, it changes what the payload is. And when the payload changes, the interaction is different. So I'll say, hey, this message contains this thing. So now go over here. And when it goes over here, it changes the color of the LED output and then sends it on MQTT. So that's basically what I'm doing. Something happens, we react to it, we change an instruction, and then we turn something on, and then maybe a couple seconds later, we'll turn it off again. That's how simple everything is right now. Solder braid uses surface tension in order to pull solder off of your stuff. It'll never remove 100% of the solder. There's no way to do that other than mechanically. Mechanically, I mean sanding it off, because it makes, basically the molecules, the crystal structure of the solder is gripping the crystal structure of the metal. So there's no way to get that to ungrip unless you scrape it off. Be a couple microns thick. I'm just getting something to clean this up because it's pretty grody after that. Oh, I think all the dust is settled, which probably means there's a nice even coat of dust on everything in here. The user sent in a pretty powerful air fan duster. It's a cool little thing. I don't know who sent it in. I have my suspicions, but I don't know who sent it in. But we were using it earlier to kind of clean up, and it made a lot of gross dust in the air. This place has gotten a little grody over the past couple of years of streaming. Pretty not clean. There exists detinning liquid. It's used to remove tin from gold-plated surfaces. It's not an April Fool's joke. I said no shenanigans. Don't let me catch you slipping. All right, like new. For 90% of the time, you should just come to terms with the fact that you will never remove the solder from the joint, nor would you want to in most circumstances. I've not heard the term grody since 1975. What? People use grody? I say grody all the time. What are you talking about? I say grody all the time. I don't know what circles you're rolling with. I hide the message element. You know. What do you think about the new Twitch knock on the door and ask to sleep on their couch feature? Nobody's ever used it on me, and I don't even know where I'd see it because I'm not looking at that. I'm not looking at that page all the time. The broadcaster page, I guess, would do it. And if somebody knocked, we'd definitely turn the lights off, close all the shades, and just hide in the middle of the house as to not make any noise. I don't know where the knock feature would come in because. And also, what could I possibly do to put somebody else on stream right now? I mean, we could link up in Discord, but I need my mixer in there if I'm going to do that because I don't want to just have I don't want to have a guest star raw dogging into your microphones, into your speakers over there. Like that's obscene. I would never watch a channel again if they did that. No compressor, nothing. Just fucking throw them right onto the output. That would be irresponsible. And so I have a podcast mixer that does a really good job of compressing and allowing me to control foreign audio coming in. Like I could put Discord on an old phone and have that come in with Bluetooth, or I can just have it come in Discord through the computer, but not on this one. This one is not set up for this. This is my solo streaming computer. But allowing a foreign entity to get into my audio. Ugh. Nasty. All right, Let's use, I guess forceps will free me up a little bit on this. Forceps I can at least lock in the back. It's not really dangerous for audience ears. I've heard some streamers clip pretty bad. It just depends on where you set your audio settings. But it would be very rude. Now this is totally locked down, so I should just be careful about how I move it. There we go. Easy as can be. With the forceps, it really helps me gain control. I had I keep talking about this person, and I don't mean to, but they bought the microphone that I suggested, the Audio-Technica AT2020, the USB one. Problem with that, same mic that Charlie uses, but problem with that is that it's totally unfiltered. And the AT2020 is more of like a performance mic for like instruments and stuff, where like you want to capture everything. You need to do a little bit of audio engineering on the back end. It's not like the Shure SM, whatever the hell that thing is, that all the podcasters use. That thing is pretty much, you plug it in and it has perfect voice audio. I don't really like rolling like that. It's not me. But so they were playing games and like screaming and having a great time, but it was totally raw. And so it would clip and do all this awful stuff. You really need a compressor. You make prepaid farts. After some time, it will release the fart that people paid for all at once. What? No. That system stays live. I don't know if Node-RED lags on the packets ever. We've got it on a decently powerful machine. Probably better than this machine, to be honest. Fatanon made me get like a modern, at the time, Ryzen system for my file server. That's what's No, you guys cannot operate the farts like it's a fucking spirit bomb. All living things on this planet, send me your farts. Ah. Muriatic acid dissolves tin while affecting the copper little and gold not at all. I don't want to deal with muriatic acid. Jesus Christ. Oh, iron turned off. Also, I should probably add a little bit of solder to this. Might make things a little easier. This is what you do when you don't care about the pin headers and you don't need to preserve them in any way. You just heat up the one side and you gently pull it off the other. So you keep heat on the one side, gently pull from the other. And locking pliers or whatever kind of help, because you don't have to worry about putting pressure with your hand. And I'm twisting them just a little bit, clockwise and anti-clockwise, so that it'll wear away at the plastic, because the plastic's mainly what you're trying to melt through. Solder almost immediately gives up. You hold heat on that pin and heat it up, and it'll melt its way out of the plastic. I just don't think you should ever consider... never get yourself in a position where you need to remove the tinning from a solder joint. And if you are, you're best using something like desoldering braid and getting it to the point where no more solder is going to come off of that joint, and then just getting a very high grit sandpaper and just running it over it very lightly. Something like 6,000 grit. That's it. Because it really will be only a couple microns thick. All right, so instead of involving, like horrible acid or some other kind of chemical, I know I say things are definitive, and a lot of the time they are, but there's some kind of weird corner case to it, but I don't think we need to live in those corner cases. And I don't want to live in fear of those corner cases, so I'm going to continue to say the stuff that I say with no remorse. Desolder braid. Watch out for that capacitor there. Problem is, this thing will make 3 volts out of 5, but it will not accept 12. So, and we need to keep the USB clean. So we will put a 3 volt regulator on this thing. Should we do a 5 volt regulator? No, I did 3 volts, I think. Bypass this regulator. Or maybe we should turn 12 into 5, and we'll put 5 into this thing. I really dislike it when the power supplies get this complicated. It doesn't have to be so complicated. This is the slightly more complex D1 Mini Pro, which means I guess it has more storage and stuff. But for our purposes, I just want it to be on this cute little board because that means that I can plug USB into it and access it just fine. This one is a slightly more powerful version of the Wemos D1 Mini. Wemos D1 Mini uses just a simple ESP8266. This one goes a little bit further and has, I guess, the unwrapped ESP8266 with a slightly better memory chip, I guess. Okay, so a little bit of this stuff over here. A couple drops will do you. Just give it a good whirl. You clean that off. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It looks like new. Like new. Nice and shiny. Good stuff. Flip it over because it's disgusting underneath. Ah, you disgust me. How about this one? That's fine. Actually, this one looks okay. I don't know if I need to. I'll do it anyway because the thing's still wet. Okay, cool. So, Wemos D1 Mini Pro. Like new. Let's get some headers on this thing, and then we can solder it down to our PCB. Because we have a rough idea where everything's going to go. Rough. Why does it seem so claustrophobic? Why you always got to be so claustrophobic? The microscope is close, near. Just like this. Just like this. Takes up the whole thing. Whole thing's taken up. Free the standoff. I'm going to free the standoff area. That's going to be a tough one to drill up there. And then over here, the D1 Mini Pro. Going all the way down here. I would like to give it a little bit of room on the sides, but I think we need to do it like this. So we'll be using D1 through 4 for the various switching things, and I'll see if I can work possibly a surface mount optical isolator in there, because this will be all the power supply stuff. So avoiding the standoff, this comes in here, and then we'll have power-ish sitting around here. So let's get some standoffs for this. Get some standoffs. So I like to use the little rounded pin standoffs for boards like this because they're slightly less cheap feeling than the square pin headers, and they are a little tighter. They hold things together a little bit more. Closer. Problem is I've got a special kind of round hole header in this bin that's super special and I don't want to use up. And at times I've accidentally chosen them. I need to get the weird specialty ones out of this bin. These are the special ones, I think. Yeah, they got a big hole at the top. So they're exactly like the ones that I bought, but they have a big hole that can take the square pins of square pin header. Maybe I could just remind myself of that and just put this here into a square pin header, and that way I know not to choose it. Yeah, this stuff is super special because like you can use it with the round stuff, but then you can also use it with the square pins. And I tried to order more of this stuff, couldn't find it anywhere. All I find is the wrong sized one. And this is one of those things where chat's now going to jump in and go, oh, I can find it easily. Here's a link. And then the link is to this stuff because it's the exact same problem that I had. And you guys don't see the trust that when I struggle to find something, it's because it's hard to find. Everybody has the wrong size and they don't specify anything about the type of header that they are. So apart from going directly to like DigiKey, it's a tough one to figure out. one there. I got to make sure to mark that. Mark it, mark it, mark it. The one I'm looking for is the wrong sized one, but for our purposes, it's good to use it up on these applications. This is another one where it's like solid on the side. That's not what I'm looking for. I've got a bin over there with like tons of it in there, so I should probably just go get some out of that. This, I think, is the right stuff. Maybe? Yeah, that doesn't fit the square pin. See, that doesn't fit together. This is the stuff that I'd want to use. We've been doing a lot of projects lately, so I guess it stands to reason that we might have some trouble finding stuff. Oh yeah, these need to split, specifically with this one, because it's got blades on both sides, and it's not like a tilted blade. It's not like the flush cutters. Flush cutters will push the plastic out of the way and break it, whereas these, when I cut, there's a clean bit of plastic on the end there. It's not a big deal, you know, it's not worth losing sleep over, but it's definitely a little bit more professional looking when your pin headers are not blown up. So there's a little taper in the front of these. I don't know whether or not I should use that little, let me get this out of the way because it's full of dog hair. I've dropped the header pin bin before. There's a little taper on the front of these, and then this one's flat. And these are kind of cups. So I think I want to do it this way, where the taper goes into the little gap. I guess. And then that lip there keeps that from being pulled out, so we can't do the same method of disassembly that we did before. Where's is there? Oh, there must be stuff in the reset pin because it's not. This isn't going in as easily. Oh no, never mind. There we go. Just clip 4 off of the end there. 4 off of the end. All right, that's one side. Ooh, it got really close there. Bada bing. Okay, let's get another one. So now I got to find another matching pair. It's getting harder to do. What's up, Juba? Juba. Jubon. These are square pin headers. Wrong one. One next to it. Yeah, this is like just a solid block of headers. It's actually kind of heavy. One of you, 2 of each. We'll reintroduce back to the pool. These actually have huge cups at the bottom. Oh yeah, same one as that. Okay, good. It's just impossible for me to find the right type. The male pin headers are the right type, but the female ones I wanted to have be the ones that accept square pin headers. I ordered, and then it was the wrong type. So I looked and looked and looked, and I ordered again, and it was the wrong type. Well, microcontroller, this is a Wemos D1 Mini Pro. I would not suggest you go out and buy one because the ESP8266 is so cheap and does the exact task that we're doing, which is just like simple automation very, very easily. It's just MQTT coming into the microcontroller. We used to have the ESP8266 actually logging into the Twitch REST API. It logged into the API and it listened for events, and I had multiple different bots whose credentials would then expire at varying times, which is very, very frustrating when you do a microcontroller project like that. Every 6 months, you start to forget. I'm going to sneeze. Somebody sent me a turbine-powered air duster. I used it on like a lot of surfaces that I have available to me in my immediate vicinity. Been using the ESP32, never needed credentials if you're not sending out to the chat. It depends on what you're doing. I mean, if you're getting the chat from IRC, that's great. But we were on the event sub API, which you do need credentials for. I just noticed that you got a haircut. I didn't get a single haircut. What we did is we actually tied a rope to my beard and we hooked it up to a pickup truck and they drove away. And so now my hair's short and my beard's long. I trimmed everything up, yeah. It became about time. I was neglecting a bunch of different projects at once, and I was just falling into like a well of ADHD and depression, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to get my hair cut. I'm going to trim my beard. I feel like a new person. I feel more awake than I did before. I should probably actually schedule one of those blood draws, or I could donate blood to lower my iron levels. I should look that up because apparently I can just give like red blood cells, and hopefully that'll lower my iron level as well as lowering the red blood cell level. And then if the red blood cell level is low enough, I can get back on testosterone. And if I can get back on testosterone, that means I can build muscle effectively, and that means that I could potentially lose all the weight, which is something that I've been just champing at the bit to do for ages and ages and ages, and I've kind of fell off with a lot of this stuff. I can't put this in the vise, and that's really going to bother me. Actually, we should solder on solderless breadboard, because this will hold everything straight up and down. Don't even bother. Straight open. So yeah. Anyway, that's something that I've been pursuing for like years, and because of the medical system that I'm in, it's been kind of difficult to do. Previous doctors have been totally fine with it, and then there was an ADA recommendation that you could have sudden heart troubles if you have a certain red blood cell count and are on external testosterone. I'm like, come on, guys. Like, this is the only reason that I was able to lose weight and build muscle. Nope. No can do. No bueno. So we had to figure out why I didn't have the red blood cells to operate with. And we explored a bunch of stuff. Sleep apnea, this, that, the other thing. Who the hell knows? But what we did discover in the process is that I have high iron levels in blood. I have one of the genetic markers for that condition. And so we've done a bunch of blood draws. And I think now I can qualify to give blood instead of just having it droon. What that was... I got it back into focus simply by closing the aperture a little bit. It's always fun. I just went 6 months without a haircut. I finally got one too. So I got a cut. My head is cold. The back of my head is cold. All right, I'll use thin solder to be nice, although we are using the big soldering iron. And really what you should be doing when you solder stuff like this is you should be applying the solder to the pad. And I'm not just doing this because the cameras are rolling. This is just how I normally solder. I solder to the opposite side of the pin. I get between the pin and the via, and I simply just add solder. Now these already had solder on them. See right there, that didn't solder. Nothing happened. Either by virtue of not adding enough or I wasn't pushing on the pad. Now you shouldn't be applying pressure, but you might just press a little bit. I mean, press pressure, I guess that you are applying a little bit of pressure, but as much as you would when writing with a felt tip pen. So if it's stubborn, if you're not getting solder because of the shape of your iron tip, if it's not flowing down onto the pad as if it were wet, it's literally called wetting, W-H-E-T-T-I-N-D. If you're not getting that flow to happen, that Dracula flow, what you want to do, and it's a little, they won't teach you this, but you just dollop a little bit of solder onto the iron, and that allows the solder to be a heat interface between the iron and the pad. You don't want to do a lot. You're not loading it up with solder and dripping it on. You are trying to get heat into the pad itself and get flux to flow around the joint so that you can have all of those wonderful fluxitive properties of holding in heat and letting your solder joint look like it's the T1000 coming up out of the floor. Oh, dear God, how many people are going to ask me the Wemos D1 Mini Pro? It's just that family of Wemos. Some of them have ESP8266s on it. In this one, they decided to blow up all the parts and put it directly down on their PCB. It's like a $5 microcontroller, I think, like 5 years ago when I bought these. This is a worthy project because, well, it's not, I mean, I guess a more worthy project for the Wemos would probably be running an LED thing, but this isn't doing much other than brokering digital signals around and flipping switches. So it's not really doing a whole lot. It can get on MQTT. This board has been collecting dust for a long time. This can probably do a lot more than we are tasking it with. But that's any given microcontroller these days. Here we go. All soldered on. That was soldering a header with oh bother. Ranting the whole time about bullshit. This one also can take an external antenna, but you got to move this resistor over. But I don't need any of those features. I don't need an external antenna. One thing I could do with this, would be really funny to do, is I don't know how quickly this thing can connect to a Wi-Fi network. It's pretty quick. I'm wondering if I walk the dog around the circle here every day with a Ponagachi in my pocket, can the Ponagachi get in all of the Wi-Fi networks? And if it can, then I would have unbroken radio communication throughout the entire circle. And I could put something like a Wemos on the RC car, maybe with a couple sensors added to it, so that it can control things. I don't know if the Wemos can do camera back and forth. I know there are systems you can buy that do Wi-Fi RC. So you do Wi-Fi RC, bring it back into here, put it on the gaming computer, hook the wheel up to it, and I could drive around the circle. I think that would be awesome. That'd be a hilarious stream. I went 40 years without a haircut. When I did get cut, I raised over 2,000 pounds for Alzheimer's charity. Holy shit, Wayne Johnson. That's messed up, dude. You just had some shaggy hair. Holy crap. I went, what did I do? It was like 7 months without a haircut, and my hair was too heavy, and it wasn't even that long. It was like down to here. Actually, it was down to here, but still, it wasn't that long. I looked like one of those 70s guys. But it was enough that at the end of the day, it was just heavy hair, and so it hurt. I only get ESP32s. No wonder I didn't recognize it. Recently bought some Zigbee ones. 32 is too much for us. We do such low-level microcontroller stuff on this channel that the 32 would be fully a waste of computation cycles. So with that up against the edge. Now, this is always going to be a perforated prototyping board. If we add or subtract things to this, it'll always just exist in this realm of perforated prototyping board. I don't want to do anything too crazy with it. We just keep it on the perf board, keep it clean, do a good job of everything, and it'll be expandable and safe. Safe is kind of a big deal here. Yeah, we just keep this over here. If I have to push the button's all the way over on this side. I would not want the button over here because I'd be like, do, and go to push the button, get 100 volts in my finger. So what's annoying is that this is the switching element and the power supply element's going to be right here. And then the outputs are going to be over here. So our 100 volts is going to live in this little sector on the end. I could have it live over here. I think that's too close to our low voltage stuff. So most of that stuff is going to exist kind of in this realm. Which ones are the HV output? Low voltage is on this side. So technically I could do it this way. I think I'll do it this way though, because then all of our high voltage stuff will get switched and then the other headers will go here. Oh, I didn't know I had a giant hole in this board right here. Well, our two other outputs can be right there, or I could... I don't want to do that. No, it's got to be way out here on the edge where I can still get to the screw hole. Yeah, I put a big friggin' hole in the whole thing. I don't know what I was doing. Or I could hang this out a little bit. Well, no, but then we've got all this stuff. I don't really want that. Well, then we have all this stuff. Is there like a... Yeah, there's no limiting... All right, I'll plan for it like this, I guess. Does this move over any? No, this is as far over as it goes. All right, let's get these soldered in. I haven't gotten optocouplers yet. No, that's going to be an external component. I wouldn't trust any board with optocouplers on it. We could steal them from over here. I think this is optocoupled. So what you want to do is solder one pin on each corner of the device while pushing it a little bit into the board. And I can do that pretty safely with this because I'm just, holding the middle of a board. I'm not holding an individual component. I am not a big fan of through-hole for this reason. There are all kinds of techniques for soldering through-hole like this, but a lot of them involve like burning your finger. So, so I really appreciate my surface mount electronics. I'm gonna have to put Kapton tape down around this after we drill the hole. It lines up nicely though. And I'll just put a screw through the end so that we make sure that it doesn't go anywhere. I was doing something with this board and I don't know what. Well, now it's a completely different board. Hopefully we don't need that via right there or any of the other ones that I probably ruined along the way. Anybody else? Big stinking hole right there. Anyone else? Yeah, right there. Other than that, maybe that one right there. It doesn't look too bad. We're using hand-me-downs on this project. Fine. We want to be respectful of our voltages here. I'm going to use larger solder. The small solder is good for the surface mount, not for the through-hole. Let's just move that. Get this out here. I guess this is why people have dual solder holders. Oh yeah, and there's no relay. We're using a Darlington array. Darlington. I'm gonna make this a 12-volt device with a barrel connector. See if I have any 12-volt regulators that I could use. Otherwise, I'll have to come up with something weird for the power input. But it's going into an LM1117, so I guess those can go up to whatever. They've got a pretty good voltage range for input. You can start to see a kind of bubble there. That's when everything kind of flows into the via. Flows into the via and around it. Good electrical connection for that, although we are using a pithy little 3-volt microcontroller, so it doesn't really matter all that much whether or not we get a really good solder joint here, just as long as there is solder and it's not a cold weld. Deep breath. Get real high and in the top of my lungs. I watched the latest animated Ninja Turtles movie, the one the Seth Rogen. Who did that? Anyway, still stands. Still a good movie, but the stupid early 2000s internet music that he used in the videos is stuck in my damn head. Oh, we moved on from that, but I guess not. Some people are still clinging to their youth in the internet culture back then, even if it's for modern kids, not weirdly bearded man babies like me. And I think that's where a lot of the narrative is lost on the modern movie critics, is that they ain't making movies for you, man. Or at least some of these movies are not made for you in your age bracket. They don't really apply that to their criticisms of these films. This is crooked. I guess I'm going to live with it. Because it's 3 huge pins. I can't really adjust it very well. Oh, now I ruined the middle pin by skipping too quickly. I guess it's fine. That's all right. I should put a piece of Kapton tape down below that. We'll wait to do that. Let me just clean this up with a little braid. Probably should use the sucker more. The braid's not cheap. It's not getting cheaper for sure. I think Chemwick is an American company, so I don't really have to worry about that. And I hate that that's something that I have to consider. because a lot of the ease of this hobby is through the global village of stuff and parts. I can get stuff from Germany and China so easily these days, and that's all about to be fucking ruined. So I am, with a little righteous indignation, mad about what's going on out there. Let's drill a hole for that, and let's find a bolt for it. Although technically we don't really need to. I mean, I could just put a piece of tape under it. And do we want to move it in or out any? I could move that up. Do I need to? Probably no, because there's so much other stuff in this area. Unless I wanted to put the optocoupler for it, like right there. That would free up this area for me to put the other optocoupler. So, I mean, I really wanted to use the one with the pins spaced a lot closer together, but those would have made me put 2 and 2 down there. And that, well, 1, 2, 1, 2 would be smaller. And it would fit without bending the leads. But it would leave one behind that I would have to cut. Grumble, 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 grumble. Let's do it. Let's use the smaller one. If space is such a concern right now, I may need to add stuff to this later, then we'll just get this out of there. So let me get the tip 122 off of it. Last minute considerations. Just so that we have a little bit of extra space. So how are we going to get this out of here? I've done these before, but it's going to get a little warm. I'm going to pull on that and just sneak this thing out one atom at a time by actually bending the FR4 circuit board with the amount of pressure that I'm putting on these. And that's hurting. Okay, so I'll have to bend it to the side, heat it up, let it cool, bend it the other way. I got to do this without popping off the pad. It might be impossible. Yeah, that's going to be a huge struggle, and we're not going to come out of that alive. Other options. Big soldering iron tip. It's our default for desoldering. Put the big guy on there, and then maybe I can span the whole thing at once with a lot more solder. Back down here, put this away. Okay, so pull on the other end. This is like an extremely tight fit, so possible I can get it to undo a little bit, but it might be a little bit of a struggle. Oh, that's much better. Of course, it freaking hurts my hand. Ow. It's too hot, but it is coming out. Let's get a bigger grip on it, I guess. I really don't. Oh, I can use tweezers now. Now that I've made a gap, I can put the tweezers in the gap, and the tweezers will try to expand, and that'll be the amount of force that I put into this, which will be a very light force. Just a little tiny bit each time. And I'm actually putting my palm into this a little bit. I'm going to add solder, so there's a lot of solder there. All right, that's my pressure element. Pulling away on it lightly. Last thing I want to do is lift that pad off. Almost got it. What's going on? Still on there. All right. Come on. There we go. All right. Did I take a pad with me? I did not. Well, it's a little iffy, but I don't think I did. So this is going to go back into the bin for some other use, some other time. And then here, ouch, it's still hot. I need to clean up these pads. Check the top pads. Miraculously, I managed to keep all the top pads. That's unexpected, although that middle one's looking a little iffy. Desolder braid, there it is. That's going to melt into my work surface. Hold on. I need something to space it that's not going to get soldered to. That's why I have this heat sink, this really flat heat sink I can use as a work surface for all kinds of stuff. But for this, for the not melting my cutting surface, it's perfect. Little bit, little bit, little bit. Nope, we're going to have to come in from the other side. I might have lifted this pad. I don't see it flowing over with solder. Oh yeah, maybe it's good. Might be okay. You can now get copyright strikes on clips made of other channels. What? Well, the streamer should be building in that second. But that means that if you make a clip of a game streamer and then the music goes into the copyright system, you can get a strike on it. So I don't know how far that's going to really hold water. I've made the joke myself as well. The shenanigans joke. Yes, yes, yes. But yeah, we're not doing April Fool's shit today. I'm not here to prank my chat. So that's why it's a no shenanigans stream. All right, so that's removed. That's removed. We're going to go over here and clean it up a little bit. Clipper didn't make the content and now can get striked. Yeah, that's unsafe. And Copper, just be careful about where you're getting your news from today. Yeah, today's April 1st, and so I mean, a little less so than other years, but usually the internet becomes completely useless today. At least in the 2010s, that's what would happen. Everybody would be, oh, we got the funniest fucking prank that we're playing on everybody by spreading misinformation. This year, it seems a little less so, at least from my exploration of the internet during the morning. Maybe because misinformation is kind of a problem now, but usually, years past, it would make sense to just go make a cup of coffee today and not really worry about what the internet was talking about. Because, yeah. Isn't AFD something else? Isn't that like something we shouldn't be talking about? One of these looked narrow, and I guess none of them look narrow now. Any all narrow? Narrow? That one's, well, we're not worried about that one. Okay, let's go back to mounting this stuff. So we're basically, first we figure out where everything goes, where our main elements are going, and place them. And then from there, we can start placing our minor elements, all of our smaller things, the opto-isolators, the resistors, and stuff like that. And then we'll wire them all together and make a circuit board. It's just the same thing that we would do if we were making a through-hole circuit board, only this time it's surface mount. It's simple stuff. Every day is a fool's day for me. Every errand a fool's errand. Reading the clips page copyright tab. Why? Why are you reading this? Save yourself. So, okay, so we got to get one of these things out of here because I only want there to be 3 of them. So these tilt, but you've got to get the screw out of there first. You can tilt it and pull it back out. And then we'll clip around all the plastic to make it flat-ish so that it looks like it's only a 3-pin thing. Banana badge. Whole notice from Twitch. It's kind of messed up, man. Kind of messed up. Pretty sure unscrewing it is the way to go. This is fully unscrewed. It like won't tilt because the screw is still there. If I screw it down, I don't think it'll come out more easily. Let's try. How do they put this thing together? I think with the screw out, maybe the clip comes off. Maybe that's how it does it. These leads being magnetic is really annoying. I keep getting all these leads on my screwdriver. I don't know if this is it. Sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for eels. Didn't want to make your daughter cry. I'm for eels and not a guy. Or I'm some fish and not a guy. I think that's it. Is an eel a fish? Screw's not backing out. I think that's the key to this, is getting that screw out of there. Give me the screw. It's not giving me the screw. Just trying to remove one of the metal pieces, and that will give me access. Well, it'll keep there from being 4 pins for a 3-pin device, which would be confusing and potentially lead to plugging it in wrong, which could lead to a very loud pop noise followed by a scream. My scream. No, other way around. We're unscrewing. I guess I could just start clipping away the plastic, and that'll lead to the metal piece falling out. Yeah, that's the way to go, I guess. Just gotta hob at the sides, and then this will come out. Although it is ruining my nails. Nails are awful. Do a little beauty salon here. Flush cutters are the #1 fashion tool for your local soldering enthusiast. They do a pretty good job reining in the giant knurled ends of your nails. Giant, uneven, jaggedy, raggedy ass nails. Come on, I'm not the only one who's done that. You can't possibly lead me to think that I'm the only person who's done their nails with flush cutters. Glass houses and all that. Geez, that thing finally gave up. I mean, it's supposed to tilt into position. I wonder if it relies on the plastic to do a little bit of bending around it. Angle grinders for toenails? I actually bought a set of toenail clippers, and it turns out I don't know what all of these clippers are made for, like differently shaped people, because I have these precision scissors, right? And I looked for a pair of precision scissors on Amazon, and I found a set of precision scissors that looked exactly like these. They were 10% smaller, and so my fingers didn't fit through the openings. These fit me perfectly. They're amazing, but I can't use them on anything other than electronics applications like cutting shrink wrap and stuff like that. Unfortunately, the electronics application puts them very close to metal, and so I'm tempted to use them on metal, but this is what you use for metal. It's got much more strength to the cut, and it's a Nip-X, so it's actually well built, and it's got a very, very flat bottom here, just like me. But when I've looked for like toenail clippers, they look like perfectly usable things. It's just a really extended pair of scissors with an angle and a little toenail, little snippety guy, right? But you buy it, and again, 10% smaller than it should be. Hands don't fit in the holes. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't think people from other countries are that much smaller than Americans, but it's starting to get me to think about that. Use nails to trim the nails. Copper, does anything you say make any sense? Ever, just ever. At first glance. I'm pushing up on the screw and unscrewing it to try to get it to pop through the plastic because it's captured somehow. They somehow captured the screw in the plastic, and now I have to push up on it in order to get it to come out of here. I could touch the soldering iron to it, and that would heat it up and potentially melted out of the plastic, or I could clip around the plastic until it pops off. I really don't want to hurt the other screw terminal, and I'd like to get this to the point where I can put it on the file and flatten it. So I don't want to like ruin the housing just to get this thing out of there. I don't get how they captured that screw so effectively in the plastic. There it is. Oh, you know how they did it? They actually have it tapered. They have a little line at the very top that captures the screw. Have you ever used other fingernails to cut your own nails? That's something I've never heard of. That's like Torvald's teeth strengthener. It's so strong it can you can eat other teeth. And that was a Futurama joke that was horrifying. Because the guy sits there and crunches on a bowl of teeth. Okay, so what we've got is a header that we've thoroughly blown up and mostly removed all the material from the one side. I can now run this on a file. I can actually link this into the other header so it seems like it's one piece of plastic, and then file this end so that it's flat. This is the kind of like micro work that allows you to progress with a circuit when you don't have the right parts. You start modifying stuff that you do have. This is the fun stuff for me. So file's just a big flat surface. I'm just going to run this on the plastic. Hopefully it's not too choked up with whatever the hell I was filing before. What was I filing before this? I think circuit boards. I think this is full of circuit board stuff. Hold on. Some FR4 in the air. The smell of fresh FR4 in the air. Oh, you can't turn it on if it's plugged in. It's one of these devices that draws so much from the battery. That is actually kind of effective, to be honest. I don't know what's in the oxygen I'm breathing now. Probably a lot of microplastics, but oddly effective, this thing. Okay. It's just a pile of stuff. Jeez. Okay, the thing I was filing blew away. No, it's right here. Oh yeah, I can feel it gripping in, actually taking a bite. This file I probably have to swap out for a sharper one. No shenanigans. Tip of the nail into the side of the nail. Like using a knife to cut your own nails. That sounds like it can go pretty wrong. Usually I just kind of gnaw the nail off. Used to do that with my toes, but I'm not flexible anymore. So I just use those scissors. I have to do things like this the proper way because of diabetes and feet. You got to keep it clean down there. Keep it clean. Keep yourself trimmed and primed and proper. Keep your hygiene up. All right, trip to the garbage can. Now this didn't flatten as much as I had hoped for. I think we can still do some stuff to. I think this file is on its way out. There's sheer abuse. Maybe this the little triangle file. This is often a more effective file. Yeah, it's actually biting in on this. This one I guess is cross-cut, whereas this only has the one cross, the one angle. I don't know what that means for anything, but this one is often way more effective with plastic. I'm not really going to get that totally flat unless I do something crazy. And I don't want to put file marks in my vise. So I'm not going to do something crazy. We'll just put this together, I guess. Let's see if I can hob out the rest of the plastic with the flush cutters. The flesh cutters. I could use the knife for this. Try not to take a layer of skin off, though, because I'll be cold without the skin. this away. Actually, no, I'm going to need the flush cutters later. Put the file away. Put the other file away. Just make room. Everybody make room. God, I need to clean up around here. This whole workbench is just a big layer of crud that I need to put in the place that I've labeled crud. The drawer that I've labeled crud, which is now empty. It's all over the desk. Remember to cut towards yourself in sort of a jerking, flinching motion. Yeah, I could remove a little bit more of that. Aesthetically, it's not really going to matter. Functionally, it's all fine. And it is a little bit too small for me to work on. Getting flatter though. This is where I slip up and you finally get your arterial spray from Obata that you guys have all been working towards this whole time. I saw the veil lifted when we had the stabbing robot, and I saw you guys are out for blood. B-double-L-O-U-D, blood. On the top. These little plastic slides on these that link them together so that you can have multiple in a row, and they seem like they're all one. Become one. Oh, he passed away recently. Look at that. See, now it's one piece, like an anime. Yeah. See, like I could shave that a little closer, but actually, now that I can grip this like this with a slightly larger grip, maybe I can blast it away on the file. This would be no, the belt sander would be a terrible place to use this because it would just grip once, fly off my hand, I'd lose the part, and I'd probably damage the end of my hand. So maybe it's good that I don't have the big, I used to have the big, what is it? Oh, that's the wrong side. Bench sander in here. And it was a great tool, but it was a little bit much for the shop. It created a lot of dust. Lots and lots of dust. Oh yeah, with better grip, this is just eating away at it. This is kind of a harder plastic too. I think it's kind of fighting me a little bit here. Whoa, big angle. Whoopsie daisy. I have now made it crooked. Oops. Oops, I say. There we go. Fixed it. No, not really. It's always going to look weird. It's going to have such weird dimensions to it. Ah, totally ruined it. It's okay. Yeah, there's still stuff to cut into. You can still see the stuff, but it's like at an angle. Here, I'll show you. Not as visible from there, but if you go up here, womp. Wait, those are Phillips? What? Huh? The two different ones of these things that I had were flathead and okay, this is even more cursed. This is cursed. All right, we're going to leave it there. Yeah, two Phillips and a flat. I'm going to have to use a flathead to install the stuff. That's so stupid. I hate that there's Phillips and flathead. And we've worked with this thing before. We know it's impossible to get the screws out. I don't know how I would be able to get the screw out of the thing. So That's just crazy. I'm going to cut these leads down a little bit so that this fits in, right? That fits in pretty good, but I want it to be, I guess we'll do as minimal as possible. Let's cut it right at the ends of the leads. The question is if they fit in there with the ends of the leads cut. Yeah, there should be room. So I take these and these star heads. No, the square heads. My phone just buzzed. I hope that means that my insulin's ready. Hold on, let me check. Your prescription for insulin is temporarily out of stock. We've ordered it and it should be in soon. You have a patient who's a diabetic who orders insulin regularly from the same location, and you have the audacity to not have it in frickin' stock. It's fine. I have a bottle and a half. It's not an emergency. If it was, they would be getting an angry phone call at the behest of you guys standing here listening to or trying to read the words coming out of my mouth as I berated them on how my life is in the balance in all these stupid transactions that they do. This is like the worst metal ever. So when you file it, it just goes away. They use the worst metal ever on stuff like this. So my being able to remove those little ends of the leads that easily, I feel like fucking click spring. Clip to another shot and suddenly all the work's done. Yeah. That's cheap metal at work. So if those are shortened that much, hopefully this lines up properly to the board. Oh, never mind. We need to have a little bit of lead in there. I need to have a little bit of lead. That's not gonna. All right, this goes back into the tip. Yeah, the Garbo zinc screws. It's the worst of the worst. If it is solderable, that's a pass. That's it. I have tons of the tip 122s. I don't know why I bought them. I think I wanted to have a larger switching transistor in my sort of collection of stuff. So I got the tip 122s. So I got plenty of replacements if we blow one up. I used to work with this chip all the time, doing something in my bio. Just make sure that this is the chip and not a 7805. There sure would be egg on my face. Tip 122. Okay. So we need to, I want to minimize this to make it a small switching thing. I mean, surface mount obviously would be the smallest, but since we have blowed up a tip 122 before, we want just enough. We want it to be replaceable at a moment's notice, right? And so I need just enough lead so that we can bend it at the very end of these things. So I guess I'm cutting somewhere around here. So like leave just enough lead on the end, and then we'll measure it up and make sure that the hole on the TO220, that's the package that this is in. This is a fairly common switching FET package because you've got this big old heat sink on the end. We're not going to need the heat sink because this thing switches 100 volts for like a moment, but it is a lot of amps that run through the whole thing, and this thing can take it. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, these have a big heat sink on them, so you find them in a lot of different applications, and especially when we're doing stuff like our silly devices that interface with the real world, you often need a lot of power to do things in the real world. So that's where one of these comes in handy. So there's that. Now that's making pressure contact on all the contacts, but I'll put the screws down as well. But first we need to measure it up to the actual PCB. So this is going where? Okay, so this high voltage crap here, power supply here, and then this thing goes here. And so we've got the tiniest of room just up in the corner. And I want a little bit of space for an optocoupler, but I want to keep this tab away, even though I think the tab is the base. We'll check on that. Oh, these are a little bit more spaced out than 0.1 inch. Oh, I made a trade-off. Sold my soul to the devil. That's crazy. So one of these has to go in the middle of a row of holes. That is annoying. I did all that work. You know, it worked before. It lined up perfectly to the center of a hole. We saw on the big tab, there was a hole and then a little tiny hole right in the middle. It was perfect. And then I undid all of that at great expense of time and effort, only to have something that doesn't have an evenly 0.1 inch spaced profile. I'm, you know, streamers, they call me smart. They say, that bother guy is smart. He's smart. And I'm like, yeah, I'm smart. I just did all that work for fucking nothing. Son of a bitch. Okay. Let's take a look at the tip 122. Oh, microboluses. Okay, so from now on, I'm going to have the average insulin amounts represented in here so that they can easily determine how much insulin I should get week to week. Ugh. I've said 1,000 times, what are you building? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. I had data sheets up for transistors, and I got a Pico RP2040 run pin thing up, and here's the schematic of a Pico Pi and some PCB stuff, Node-RED. I don't know what I'm doing. We're building the 100 volt switcher, but we're putting it onto perforated prototyping board because I certainly don't like tanking 100 volts in my genitals. Some people are into that. I'm not. TIP 122 datasheet, obviously it's probably already open in another window. ST Micro, good enough, just show me the goods. Verifying the device. I'll tell you when I want to be verified, and this is not right now. I'm so sick of being tracked on the internet. Everything tracks everything, every click, every wayward glance. Okay, so this is a Darlington array, which means that there are actually 2 transistor switching elements in it. It is meant to have a smaller switching element switch a larger switching element that has a lot of current on it. A very out of scope project with viewers messing with them. No, not this time. I'm pretty well scoped in on this one. Holy shit, where'd the whole afternoon go? What happened? I haven't done anything today. Man, without you guys around, I get so much more done. Complementary NPN PNP. Wait, what? Oh, this is the 122, right? Or is, yeah, this is NPN, NPN, PNP, NPN. I don't know. Whatever we did worked, so I'm going to keep doing what we did. Base island layout. So collector, emitter, who's the tab? Is pin 2 the tab? It doesn't tell me there. There's going to be another pin out in here, isn't there? Scroll, scroll, scroll. Get the answers from the scroll. We should have done data sheets on scrolls. That would have been way cooler. So which one of y'all is the tab? Control F, tab. Is it on the page or is it not on the page? Because I'm pretty sure you're trying to tabble 1. Damn it. Tabble 2, tabble 3, tabble 4, tabble 5. Merchantability. You get just nothing about the tab. You're ST Microelectronics, you suck. You suck. On semi, tell me the answers. TO2, the TIP 122 is just one of those like part numbers that a bunch of different manufacturers make. I don't know how that works in the industry. I don't know why they have that. Somebody has a product that does a particular thing. A lot of people like do the same thing. Same with like the 555 or the 7805. You got a bunch of different manufacturers. They might mix up the part numbers just a little bit, but they generally do the same thing. I don't know why they're all allowed to make the same thing. I guess maybe it falls out of patent. Tip 122. TO223L single gauge bulk. Who cares? 60, 80, 100 volts for the 122. We got lucky, man, with the 122. Although 80 volts would have been pretty cool because 80 volts would go up to where it is on the dial. Whereas going up to 100 volts, it just goes all the way to the end of the dial. It doesn't look like it's specifically going to a place that we tuned it to go to. I like that specificity. And it only does 5 amps, but that's fine. It's probably doing 50 at a pulse. But what we're looking for is the pinout, which is here-ish. Oh, geez. 3, 2, 1. Supplier A, package shape. Supplier B, package shape. Oh, there's a little bit of the veil unfurled. Location of molded features may vary. Blah, 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 blah. Supplier dependent mold locking holes. Why do they just assume that we like? I don't get it, man. Control F tab. Suitability. You do most of your work in music or with silence. If I'm here alone and I'm working on stuff, I will have like a stream open and stuff. That's usually what I do. Although getting music stuck in my head, I mean, obviously I'll sometimes do music while I'm working. We do music for the intros, but I'm not allowed to use music anywhere, or else Jeff Bezos will show up at my house and fucking just hit me with a pickaxe in the brain. That's just how it works. But yeah, so right now we're just verifying what the hell the tab is. And I'm pretty sure the tab is the middle pin. That's usually how it goes. I just want somebody to explicitly tell me that. It seems like nobody's telling me that. So we don't really know the identity of our tab. Well, this one does say tab on it. So yeah, so collector in this case is the tab. Okay. So we do have pretty high voltage sitting at the end of this thing. And then our base pin is this one here. So we'll be going up the side to this. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, that works out nicely. So I'll want to move this away because I don't want this to be like really close to the low voltage stuff. So this will have to be way out here, and I'll leave a little bit of room, one row of holes below. Do it like that. Those two can sometimes fit in. But yeah, if I slightly bend these out, this should fit. This is slightly more narrow than 3 through holes. Yeah, I could use the ohm meter, I guess. I just wanted somebody to tell me the answer in datasheet form. Yeah, hold on. Using the flush cutters to bend pins is very, very stressful, because if you lean down on that too much, it will cut. Okay, so I got to drill the middle of these two. I could do a spoon drill with a sharp blade. That's worked for me in the past quite well. I guess that's what I got to do to keep it clean. So this will take up 4 holes, and if I just slice down with this thing, I gotta be careful about this. This is a tough technique, but I always wonder how Steve Wozniak just whipped out a motherboard. Or maybe it just wasn't crazy back then. Steve Wozniak just whipped out a motherboard. You mean like designed one? Are you an EE major? Yes. I studied control systems and motors in school. Was he like electronically designing it? That's kind of crazy. I think mostly what's designing motherboards these days is like AI type stuff. Not specifically AI, it would be like, well, you know what? No, because Altium has been using AI for like 10 years now. You know, circuit board creation has been largely left to automated elements at this point. I do them manually, personally. I manually route my traces because the ones that I've used in the past have been dog shit. We're going to try using more modern ones on the keyboard project and see how that goes. But I don't think it'll go so well. But if, like, the Woz is just outputting motherboards, I don't really know, man. Wozniak is awesome. He's one of those class acts. Very respectable dude. Designed one, he talked about it like how he was picking his hair out over details where drill holes and placement and saying, oh, I could make it simpler. That's kind of what I do. I think Woz and I would have a nice conversation. I could probably talk to that guy for a year and still be learning things, because that's kind of how I deal with circuit boards. And I think largely back in the Woz's day, he was probably there goes the tip of the knife. He was probably hand laying them out, there are a lot of like trace elements, tracer things like you know, like architects used to use to lay out a page. Yeah, he carries pads of $2 bills. It's like a hobby thing. Yeah, designing a circuit board is interesting because it becomes very artful at a certain point. And you have to have a certain amount of artism in order to get it right the first time. But back then, it was a lot of laying out of elements with pens and pencils, and you can tell a hand-drawn circuit board. And then somewhere around the 80s, they started becoming more computer layouty, and that was probably done by entering commands into a prompt in order to get that layout done. In the whatever years, the hobby circuit boards started to become a lot more popular, and these companies would do a batch process in order to make a whole bunch of circuit boards at once that they could then make less of a burden on the consumer. So you'd be spending $100 and you would get something that doesn't have a solder mask. It doesn't have a, it has 2 copper layers and no solder mask, right? And there was no treatment on the board either. So you had to like solder the traces and everything. But nowadays you can get professionally made super duper duper circuit boards for pennies on the dollar, and you get it laid out quickly, and it's done in a big batch process. It has changed the development cycle of your typical PCB completely, to the degree where what I'm doing right now is kind of obsolete. It's pretty obsolete. Just need a little bit more space. So nowadays, what you do is you get your favorite CAD software, whether it be EasyEDA, Altium if you're friggin' rich as hell, Fusion 360 if you've got some money or you can finagle out a free version from them, or KiCad if you like Linux. KiCad's, I think there's non-Linux versions, right? That's a decent piece of software. But you design your board and then you just send it over to the board house and they'll make it for you. So the hardest part for me is getting all my parts into the CAD program, and then you figure out, you obsess over the details, where the holes are going, where the components are going, what your overall organization is going to be, and then you can do automated layouts if you're a psycho, or draw the artwork on your own. You find a meme, you put it on the silk screen layer, and then you send it out to the board house, and that's it. That's the whole process. We move over one row. Oh no, I can't move over one hole. I meant to move over one. I wanted it to. Oh, all right. Well, we'll put it there. The other annoying thing is that this is now in the center of 2 pins. But I guess we won't. Yeah, the silkscreen art's very important. I'll put a piece of Kapton tape down, and then I can use that row of holes on the very end to run the one triggering line. And then we don't necessarily need to put a screw in this to hold it down. As long as this is low on the board, it should be somewhere that won't come into harm. Oh, I can't believe it compounded so many different errors. It's just embarrassing for Obother today. Obother is somewhat vulnerable today, I guess. Are we out of the way of screw hole? Barely. This is a low voltage pin over here, so that should be okay right next to the screw. It's really not ideal. Okay, this will be fine. This will be fine. We'll put an opto isolator on that. So let me solder one pin. Man, all these mistakes that I'm making compounded. It's you guys. You guys are distracting me. It's all your fault, chat. It's not my fault. You guys did this to me. You should feel bad. You keep trying to prank me with these April Fool's things. I thought that was going to be a burn for sure. I went to grab the soldering iron tip, and it went shoop, and went right onto this part of my hand that gets burnt sometimes when we're doing soldering. This is the tip that I was using previously. It sat for long enough that it's not hot, but I thought for sure that was going to be a burn. I was like, oh. We've gotten some pretty crazy burns here. It's all part of the game. You can't hold on to a 666-degree soldering iron all day and not get burnt sometimes. I don't like this so close to the edge. This is one of the major switching elements of the whole board, but I think it needs to be this close to the edge because I think it needs to go to multiple different places. I don't know. Does it need to be this close to the edge? Well, let's take a look at the overall layout before we get too deep into it. Because if that's close to the edge, that means high voltage is over here. But I'm also going to need these here for the capacitor bank and for the voltage display. And then this high voltage here will be up in this area. So all of my high voltage is in this little tiny area right here, just bunched up in the corner. And we have 12 volts. We could put 12 volts in from like either side here, and it'll go up to this power supply. And then the enable goes to an opto-isolator of its own that then goes back to this guy. 2 opto-isolators. And then there's not much room for expansion, but if I need to, I could potentially expand something. Maybe. Not really. Not a lot of room for expansion, to be fair. Have you dabbled in AI stuff for coding? I have messed a little bit with AI for coding for Noritake e-tron screen. It's a little VFD display, and every time the AI was like, wow, that's really specific. Like, well, I got specific things that I'm trying to code for. It was okay. I mean, if I really quickly wanted to like outline a piece of software that I didn't really understand, I would use it, but I don't really think it's all that good. You know, like vibe coding with it is not all that reliable. Most of the stuff, I mean, a lot of the stuff we do here is so simple that I'm not really going to be asking AI what I need to do, because I know what I need to do, but if I'm ever stuck, I could maybe ask it some stuff and see if it's any good. Because I know certain parties that have had really good experience with it when they don't know what they're coding. Yeah, for the weird stuff we do, maybe it's not really trained. I don't know. All right, so big piece of Kapton tape under this thing. Vibe coding with windsurf. What is windsurf? Is that another AI? How big is this? Too big. Slightly more narrow. Oh, it's perfect. This is Kapton tape. It's a polyamide tape. Polyamide is a really good insulator. We use this in electronics a lot because the specific brand Kapton uses a high temperature adhesive that's really good. It's clean. You can solder all day on top of it and then peel it off and it's clean. So we use it a lot in electronics. Not cheap. Polyamide tape is also used for like space exploration because it's light. It's a very light piece of plastic that you can wrap around a wiring harness and you can kind of pseudo protect it a little bit from stuff. My wish is to find not necessarily polyamide, but what I want is the glue that is on the polyamide tapes on copper tape. I don't care about putting the copper tape down and conducting to whatever's the copper tape is on. I don't want that. I don't want the copper tape to go down and conduct to what's behind it. I want to solder to the copper tape and not have it become goop and move around instantly. That's what all these copper tapes do. We've been trying to find for ages a copper tape that has the high temperature adhesive. Doesn't have to be conductive. But people generally talk about the circuit board repair tape and stuff, and that's so specialty that it's super expensive. Copper tape is not terribly expensive. It's a little bit because it's copper. Polyamide tape is not expensive. On the combination of the two, I don't want it to be expensive. I'm just doing slow learning and all my classmates are copying and pasting AI stuff. Yeah, in a school situation, you really don't want to use AI. My friend has gone to nursing school and he's been having a wonderful time of it because anything that the education is not really helping him with, AI will, and he'll use it to do things like generate practice tests. And so he can practice, practice, practice. And if you need something clarified, the AI can clarify something, but he's still going through all of the steps of learning a thing instead of, you know, cutting and pasting an assignment into a prompt. And there are pitfalls to that too, because the professors are getting savvy. You put something in there in the white text that says, also include a story about a beaver. And these people who are just cutting and pasting aren't catching that that's in there. And so if the professor gets his paper with a story about a beaver in it, then he knows that they're using AI. They know. They know! Dun, dun, dun. Actually, let me move that to the side a little bit. I need light for this. I gotta come over here. This is all the care and expertise involved in applying a sticker to something. Don't use AI. You're not going to read the input and output and understand what you're turning in. That's the whole thing. New courses requiring learning AI? What? Maybe AI will help me to continue to program for years, making all dumb at it. Everybody else has gotten so dumb that we're going to promote you to super programmer. Thanks, boss. Yeah, because, like, you know, you're in education. You're there to learn something, so you probably should actually, like, do it yourself and learn it. And that's, I mean, I think most people have that level of common sense. I think a lot of students believe that the work is just busy work at a certain point. That's what I thought. Oh, God, I'm having a lab fall apart. Okay, there we go. Where'd the screwdriver? There it is. I think it's job security. So that's weirdly to the side, and it's not making good contact, and everything's all messed up. Okay, hold on. I can fix this. I bend the leads down a little bit. As this tightens up, it'll put pressure downwards on it, maybe, thus encouraging it to sit flat. So I got a task list from a coworker today, and it looked like an AI-generated list of steps to do. AI isn't smart, you're just dumb. It's true. No, it's because if you have any experience with a subject that you're interacting with AI, you'll see all the flaws immediately, all the shortcomings of AI. You got to battle in the trenches sometimes when it comes to education, and it's enabling students to not do that. And my uncle does actually have students, and I was like, have you run into a lot of AI with your students? He's like, what are you talking about? No, of course not. And I'm like, ooh, oh no. He's trying to set up Catalyzer to monitor CAN data, and said, this is what I got so far. Do you know anything about the software? I read so much like ChatGPT list of things to do. Oh, that's wild. I hope they weren't using AI to interact with their friends, because there's something just so bleak about that. Or did you say it was from a boss? That's still pretty bleak. At the very least, you could rewrite what the AI wrote and make it sound like you're writing it a little bit more. Coworker, yeah, okay. That sounds a little bit more like what people are using AI for. But like, if you didn't take the time to write this, why should I take the time to respond to this? Just send them back an AI prompt. Okay, I will do what you said about XYZ, just in the worst language. Did I miss that half row of holes? Oh, I thought I got that a little tighter than that. Well, it's good enough. I mean, that's providing us with a little bit of insulation below the device. I thought this would stick up a little bit more, but it's pretty much right up against the board. And then sometimes you can actually just solder the tab down. But I wanted this thing to be fully removable because we've blown this up before. We blew it up pretty good. So down here, we'll put an opto isolator, and then that'll lead to one of the pins over here. Now we need to do all of this mounting. This is taking a lot longer than I expected it to. Mostly it's because I've got you guys here, which is a completely normal thing to happen on stream. This is one of the larger power supplies. I probably could have gotten away with a smaller one. This is always going to irk me. I'm always going to be irking by this, but we'll live with it. And this is a low voltage pin, so it's okay. It's not great. I should have moved it down one. You thought about responding with an AI prompt? It's all of the courtesy they gave you. Are these seriously not even? I can't even. No, they are even. So does that mean that these are on 0.1 inch spaced holes? Let's get a 3 and a 2 pin header. That's what these are for. And I guess we'll desolder these. These are nice. I like these. So I guess I'll keep them. I'll keep them. Add them to my collection. Where's my vise? Here it is. Oh, thanks. Let's put a heaping massive fucking capacitor right next to the thing that I want to extract. I guess I'll have to do this by hand. We jinxed it by talking about Steve Wozniak stressing over placement on a board. If you've ever laid out a PCB, if you've ever laid, wait, no, that's the wrong one. If you've ever laid out a PCB, you know that struggle. It's tough because everything has to be perfect and you're living up to everybody else's standard. And as soon as you show another engineer the board that you've laid out, they will point out 75 different flaws on your board. And you have to take their criticism in stride. Otherwise, you're bad at being an engineer. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. I didn't consider that. Taking criticism is a professional skill that people will not tell you need, but it is one of the most important skills that you need to cultivate. And not working with AI and getting peer reviews on papers is a way to do that. Because people will tell you these flaws and it will hurt. It hurts you to hear them give you this criticism, and being able to take the criticism without taking it personally is something that I had to work on. Nobody prepared me for that in my professional life. No one. So heed my word. And then giving criticism is also another skill that's also fairly difficult. One way you can do it is completely pepper it with compliments. This is done well, you did this well, you did this well. This could use a little work, but you also did this well. Follow it up with a compliment. It's basically a criticism burrito. You don't just hammer them with everything that's wrong with something. And in engineering, you will run into the type that does not know anything about this. In engineering, you will run into the not people. Ow. Hot. Physics and calculus killed me. I had to get tutoring for it. I got tutoring, and that helped me learn how to learn. It's another thing they don't really teach you. No, not those people. That's a different type of psycho. Ow, it's getting so hot. Iron is heating up. You can see all the heat inside of the board that my hands have to deal with because I'm doing this by hand. Only way I recognize possible AI list is the fact that it goes through all the mundane steps that a normal person would take for granted and not bother adding. So are you dealing with somebody who is one of these engineer types who is thorough? Because sometimes you run into that. That type of person could seem like AI, but actually just be a person that doesn't know how to communicate with other people. Mechanical engineers, you get the people who know how to communicate, right? I'd hang out mostly with mechanical engineers during my education. But, I mean, the cool EEs are very, very cool. But again, you get a lot of the people who don't really know how to talk to people. And so they went into this because it was mostly math. and they don't really know how to communicate properly, and I run into that a lot. MBA courses? You mean drinking school? All right, we'll try the tweezers method so I can stop complaining about how hot this thing is getting. This is a well-built board. I mean, this is like a Nixie power supply, I think .com. Where is that? NixieClock.org made this, and it's a nice little board. It is fairly big for what it does, but the other ones I have, I think, are like 60 volts instead of 100. This one can go up to like 120 or something. Out of 12 volts, so it's 1 to 10, 10 to 1, whatever. I'm still trying to figure him out. We're not in the same office location, so it's hard. At least he is there, so I don't have to try to remote troubleshoot things. Oh, I see. Like, at least he's there, so I don't have to talk to him. Imagine I talk like, hello, streamer. It looks like you're working with some electronics. Be careful. Oh, the be careful wave. That was always, before the days of AI, there would be bots, or maybe they were people, but the trend was, could you curse less? And you really need to be careful, oh bother. There were waves of that for all the streamers out there. I remember a lot of streamers interacting with people who were like, I really love your streams, but could you use curse words less? And it's like, no, fuck no even. Lol, LMAO. Like, no, there's no way you could convince me to use fewer curse words. That's just not on the table. But for some reason they were ubiquitous on Twitch. And it was around the time everybody was getting locked inside, so I think it was people just trying to fill their day with something. Yeah, you got to know when to hold back all those engineering details. That's a tough one though. You know, people ask me what I do. What do you do for a living? I go, I'm a clown. I honk a horn. I have a little honky horn, and me and 52 of my buddies jump out of a little car. Like, what do I say? What do I tell them? I'm a Twitch streamer. I got to explain what Twitch streaming is. I'm an electrical engineer that does little projects. I got to explain what that is. They don't want to listen to that. So what I basically do, what do you do for a living? Consulting, engineering. It's a lot of spreadsheets. Nobody wants to hear about spreadsheets. Nobody. So yeah, it's a nice and easy way to dumb down the conversation. I have this thing where people can fart at me from the internet using special points that they earn called CP. No, it's channel points. Yeah. Why are you backing away from me? They could fart on me, and it's pretty... Hey, come back. Why are you running? Where are you running? CSS sucks. I like the CSS coffee mugs where all the alignments are off and stuff. Or the like #1 CSS award where all the layers of the 3D print are like off. I almost interacted with CSS when I was trying to make a website, but I never got very far. Parallax effect. What? So when you're scrolling down on your web page, the cute little scene that you've got in the background can have a little bit of parallax going on. I tabulated it a little bit yet, so I totally believe you. Don't want to deal with it. The programming languages that we use in here are simplistic. All right, so that's a little dirty, but looks okay. Let's clean up that part of the board. Maybe because I'm being thorough and I'm like cleaning everything up as I go. That's probably why it's taking so long. Things are just taking a long time today. Oh, this is the wrong. There you go. Get all the fun stuff in there. I'm missing chat messages. Hold on. Kinematics is pretty cool. A lot of the stuff I studied with EE was because I've known electronics for a long time, and I wanted that EE degree. I struggled with it though. I was not particularly great at math, and I didn't know how to learn. I didn't learn how to learn, and I know that sounds cliche, but that is exactly what it was. I did not know how to implant the knowledge into my brain stem so that I remembered what the hell I studied before, and I had to get good at that. It was not fun. I didn't have a great time with college, and so as soon as I was done, I went out into the working world, and I got that job that's in the description. That moved me all the way to Virginia. Kind of not something I wanted to do because I have a very tight friend structure here. We've got a lot of really good buddies, and you guys have met most of my friends actually. I guess I had the two Joker guys on the one time, but they didn't really. They kind of talk to themselves, and they don't really know how to do like a radio broadcast, so they're not coming back on the show. I said, you guys have an open invite to come on my show, and then they came on my show, and I'm like, I regret every single bit of this. I regret this very, very strongly. Virginia, I hate it here. I've never lived in a state. I've never lived in a U.S. state. From Pennsylvania to Virginia. I never hated it in Virginia. I don't know. The only problem was my job being a consultant with a giant firm. You were a small fish in a big pond. And while it's easy to like get lost in that system, nobody was paying me money. I was not making a great salary, and I was not getting cost of living raises. And I'm sitting here with fucking diabetes going, the apartment costs this much and diabetes costs this much. And I've already got 17 roommates. Like, what do I do? So I moved out, and I got a medical device design job that paid normal wages until they decided to fucking give me the boot because the guy who brought me in was fired. The CEO who brought me in got fired. Hate that because you should. EE is the hardest shit ever. I should be making like normal wages, but that's just not how it went down. I was making like, I don't even know. It wasn't a lot of money. It wasn't enough to have an apartment with 10 roommates. We need 2 and then 3, so I need 5. Twitch at least lets me keep my own schedule. It's not a job, though, that's for sure. I don't even make fry cook wages. I'm jealous of fry cooks, man. They make more money than me on this platform. You guys do contribute, though, and you allow me to do some crazy shit. It's nice. But this is not a career path. You know, you don't see a lot of EE streams on Twitch. There's a reason behind that. Unless I was able to do crazy shit like Uo does, which I kind of can, but I just don't want to blow myself up. I just don't want to blow myself up, chat. I just don't want to blow myself up. But if I did stuff like that, I don't know, maybe I could get more viewers. Probably not, though. I try to keep things a little chill around here. I guess it's probably off. Yeah, it's way off. Okay, so if I can position this thing properly and then get these into somewhat informed spots, we can see if it lines up with the holes below. Not a great way to do it, but it's a quick way to do it. Oh wait, that's the wrong way around. Okay, we're doing it. That's the low voltage. Right, okay, so it goes like this. I'll catch up with chat in just a sec. I'm building something. These are probably not measured to point 0.1, are they? They do seem to be in vertical or horizontal alignment. 3 pins. 2 rows. 2 rows. I always end up getting too personal with chat. Sharing too many details. My sordid past. What do you guys have? What? I just wanted to build super useful. Okay, moving up. E's hardest shit ever. Always watch ads to support a fellow E. No, ads are not the primary. I hate ads. I hate them. I hate them to death. They're not the primary like method of earning here. I don't think I've ever gotten a paycheck that's anything but a couple dollars for ads. Don't have to worry about that. You run an ad block. I don't care. Just have a better experience with this channel. Boss told me once EE and SE, so electrical engineer and software engineer, make the most and swap places year to year. Mechanical engineering makes the least, so I stayed with software. All my friends were mechies, and they're making way more money than I am. That's so weird. But yeah, EE earning a lot of money was, I don't know, for some reason, they paid me entry-level salary, and they wouldn't move off of that. And this is a consulting firm, so they were getting double the amount that I was making from the government, and I saw none of that. It just got bad. This is not going to be able to plug in evenly because these are spaced weird. Actually, it might. That might line up. How does this line up? Oh, that works great. Ish. I'm going to put an ish on that just because. So let's get those holes marked, the ones that I can see through this thing. Easier access to getting a job as a pilot? You mean like as flying airplanes? I don't know. Oh, nothing about flying airplanes. It's this one. Put a scratch in it. And then this one. Scratch in that one. We should be able to find it now. And I guess I got to solder down one of each of these. Or I leave these loose for now and do the standoff holes. We figure out what that distance is, and then we can position everything from there. I don't know how your degree in mechanical or electrical engineering has anything to do with flying a plane. I don't know what that has to do. You mean like if you were with the military or something? I'd have a better experience if you injected an ad every 3 minutes over a 10-minute ad break. Blech. That puts a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah. Listen, if I made lots of money, we'd be doing crazy shit. No, I'm not going to talk about that. I don't want to, no, don't talk about the car project that you'll never do. So 17 and that one. That's where one of our holes is, right here. So I am going to get a little handheld screwdriver that a viewer sent in. Very nice of them to do. It was mahalo. And we're going to put a little tiny drill on this, and we'll drill a little space for a standoff. This is probably a good size. I don't know. I'm just eyeballing it. Let's go a little smaller than that so I don't have to drill too much and make too much dust. Need an engineering degree for working air freight? That's weird. Hey, you know, it's all kinds. All kinds. This is a little shuck adapter. It's not the best thing in the world, but tighten that up a little bit, and then we'll find our hole again. Do this one first. It's a screwdriver. It's not exactly a high-speed drill. I don't really think it's a high-speed anything. In fact, I'd kind of barely call it a drill. It really is hobbing away at it, isn't it? Oh, that's what made those holes. This is the same drill bit. It's probably super dull from doing those other holes. We'll work on this more on Thursday. All right, that's one of them. Let's do the other one. Let's get this whole thing mounted, and then we can do the small parts on Thursday. There's a bunch of dust up there. I have DJ Shadow stuck in my head. It's one of the songs on Handsome Boy Modeling School. I've been listening to that lately. So I do listen to music when I'm doing stuff like this, but a lot of the times I'll probably go to Twitch just to see if there's anybody doing stuff. Because I like to get fully distracted while I'm working on things. That can often lead to lapse in productivity, but I got to do a bunch of circuit design for the thing Julian and I are making, the little mixer circuit. All right, let's find standoffs. And we'll see if we need to drill larger holes. I got all kinds of standoffs, but we'll just see which ones I can specifically source. And these I'll want to keep kind of tight up to the board because I don't want, well, they go into this 100-volt board. I don't think there's high voltage around them, but I don't know what to expect from this board. I've never used it before. So I don't know if there's potential for there to be like high voltage on the pins. I don't know. It shouldn't be. I mean, by any means, it really should be well insulated, but you never know with these little custom PCBs. Where are my standoffs? I know they're in one of these drawers. Where are your standoffs? There. Computer kit of standoffs. And then screws. I guess I've got the quote-unquote laptop screws. These things are pretty good. They're Phillips heads and they're pan head screws. They fit pretty tight to the board. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to drill those out a little larger, but at least we got the pilot drilled. Let's see. Standoffingtons. Oh my god, there's so much motion everywhere. Motion at the front door, motion at the garage, motion here, motion there. So we want that to sit much shorter than that. I'm gonna have to see if I've got the right size of standoff. I definitely want to put this thing on a standoff because I don't want it swinging all over the place and shorting out to every which way. Yeah, it needs to be this kind. That's kind of tough because these will not allow much screw to go in through either end. So these are probably M2.5. These are just here. I don't know if like people are visiting or something, but there's just a lot of commotion upstairs. I don't know what is going on. Marching band practice or something? All right, so it's this size. These, I believe, are M2.5s. That one is gone forever. I need to use the little stubby ones because I don't want too much of the screw head poking out. Otherwise, it won't, it'll block the other screw going in. Let's see. This should probably line up just fine. Two different kinds of screwdriver I need for this build. Nope, we got to use a different standoff entirely. Okay, so now I'm in the market for a different sized standoff because these are too big for the screws. I need little tiny screws, and they need to be about as tall as those headers. Well, what I could do is screw through one end through a spacer and then a bolt, because I do have those nylon spacers. Those could work just fine. I could also search high and low for the specific type of standoff that I remember seeing on a particular kind of board, but I don't know if I have two. I don't even know if I have two of them. So I don't think we're going to go on a wild goose chase. Let's see down here. Oh. I'll listen to that song. Maybe it'll drive it out of my head. Specialty spacers, are you in here? No. All right, we'll use plastic spacers. Using plastic spacers still does not give us any insulation because the bolt going through is metal, and it'll be contacting both ends. So it's not like it won't be a safe thing. It'll just, well, depending. I mean, I would assume that this power supply puts the two screw holes to ground. That's probably not a bad assumption to make. And I don't know, well, I can't find one that's long. Yeah, that's not really going to work, is it? These aren't going to work. Ah, damn it. Okay, hold on. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I just need another moment to search around. What I'd really like to find are the spacers that we had on, what circuit board was that? This thing. The resistor decade box has these little spacers on them. This would be perfect, but I'm not going to steal these. I respect this board's ability to have spacers on it. I'm not going to violate its trust. So I got to look through some of my other bins to see if there's anything resembling what we're looking for in all the weird little pieces that I've kept of things. Weird little project things. I think this is part of a pedal. It's a little gear that's supposed to move a potentiometer. Never did get around to that OctoJ project with the monitor identification thing. We just didn't need it one day, so I never got to get around to the project itself. I can't see what I'm looking at. Hold on. I mean, I could drill out the holes that are already there, but I could also just find the proper spacer. Somewhere in my collection, I know there's a couple. The other place to look is the pill bin that's filled with parts. What happened to that pill bin that's filled with miscellaneous parts? I thought it was up here. Oh, you know what? It ended up with the screws. Here, it's all the way back here. It's way back in the other end, so I'm gonna go grab it. Maybe we'll have the proper types of spacers for this thing. We can get all of our mechanical stuff together, and then we can do the little electrical stuff next stream and get that done quickly. One thing that stream has done to me that I didn't expect to have happen is I now am the proud owner of several different kits of springs. Several different kits of springs. It's not what you would expect. No. No. That's a big grub screw. No. No. These are cool. These are for carbon fiber. No. No. Damn it. One more to look at. Get this off of this shelf over here. Hopefully don't jettison all these glass tubes. We're good. Okay. This one has a lot of miscellaneous in it, and I'm going to crush everything on the table if I slam it down. So got to move it politely to the side. This is the old screw bin, and it's just so old that it's been used for everything but. It's got a lot of standoff stuff in it. A lot of it is English screws, too. Like, something like this would be long enough to do both standoffs. Maybe a little too long. These are plastic. These would be insulating. These were for a power supply project, but these might be the right size. Ah, hand cramp. Diabetes. Fun times. It's a good organizer for when I get senile and start eating screws every day. Yeah, it's good to organize them. I use pill organizers. That's my I use 4 pill organizers because that way I can actually coordinate getting pills on time, and not having my doctor think that I'm trying to pull one over on him and get free medication or something. I don't know. He was like, "What are you doing with these pills?" And I'm like, "Fucking eating them. What do you want me to do with them?" I put them in my mouth in the morning, and they're not there by the evening. Now these are standard standoffs for things like like a CMOS connector and stuff. I wonder if these are the right size. The scale is distorted because I haven't looked at this in a while. Yeah, no, they're way off. Needs to be very small indeed. Why am I having so much trouble? Why are you like this? Like, these use the normal size, right? But they're way too tall. I should have gotten another set of them that were short. This one's kind of short. Another one like that. Tall, tall. This one's short. These are for the power supply project that I still haven't gotten around to. A 1,000-watt power supply. But we can use them here. I got like 10 of these large organizers. I still can't find the screws I need. This used to be a DigiKey set of English screws. These are the only ones that are left from that. The rest of it has been filled in with like drone parts and various standoffs and stuff. These could probably be organized to other bins that I have. It's just this is like the oldest one. It's organization, and this hobby is tough. That's why you just saw a pill organizer that was filled with screws. All right, I need to get this back on the bench where it was, or on the shelf where it was, because it doesn't fit anywhere else. And if I put it anywhere else, it's going to cause an avalanche. So you guys can't see what I'm doing, but it's some pretty acrobatic reorganization of stuff. Okay, swapping of bins up and down. The screw holes in these might be too big. These are for the power supply, so they were larger elements that had to screw in. Where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Yeah. I mean, that looks like a, well, I think it's too close for comfort. But it's what we're going to use, because I think that's the size of the standoffs. It's not the size of the standoffs. What you do with them that matters. I don't like that. But the other size thing was this. That's more appropriate. So yeah, we're going to drill it out. We're going to use this and we're going to drill it out. This is how things get redistributed. Redistribute. I can't deal with these words. Let's go on the drone screws. It's appropriate. These are really gross. This is all from like messing with drone stuff. Now these two are going to go in there. The other ones are in use right now, so they found their place. Those are purely extra. I have like 5 projects sitting on my computer desk in front of me. Proto boards, 3D prints, boxes of screws, brass tubes, stepper motors, jumper wires. Need to organize. One day I will die and not have to worry about it. One day I'll die. He finally figured out how to organize. He died. I need to get another one of those standoffs, and I put the standoffs away. Get another one of those really shorty guys, and then we're gonna just drill it out. That's what we'll do. I don't want to wallow about on this one. Usually I'll have like the right hardware somewhere, but I just don't think I have it anywhere. I just don't think I have the hardware. I have the screws. I have screws that'll fit, but I don't have standoffs that'll fit those screws. I keep thinking of like 5 different places that I might have something that fits, but it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. And then we're doing these guys. Spend all that time going back and forth on this. Like, you have the hardware, you know what to do. You just need to find the drill bit to make it happen. So you knew you were going to have to do this. You just weren't honest with yourself. So let's see. We started with that one. We need a slightly thicker one. I got a sickness for that thickness. Let's see. This one is not the right size, right? That's very close to the right size. Let's do this one first. Yeah, I know how that feels. I'm surrounded by all the all of the dregs of the projects that I should be getting to and just not getting to any of them. It's tough. Gets to you. Right, that's like instantly drills to the size. That's right, I remember this drill bit really eats through FR4. Now I'm probably going to be destroying the continuity of the via here, but it's still going to get connected to ground through a wire. And we didn't drill beyond the size of the pad. There's still a pad there. There's just nothing inside of the via now. Especially on a high voltage board like this, I really don't like to be altering the hole sizes, but we're backed into a corner on this one. You take a large box and put all the fasteners in one place. I use these things because in Pennsylvania we have beer distributors. So with the beer distributor system, you can find yourself buying bulk stuff. So I'll buy the hard seltzers because they don't have the carbs in it and I can't get drunk as fast on it. And that's much healthier for me somehow. But anyway, I'll buy the hard seltzers and I'll buy them as an entire brick of stuff. And so these bricks fit on that shelf really, really well. And so I've got a bunch of little like organizers that have project parts in them. Now we got to go through that stuff. We got to go back through all that stuff. There's some old projects and there's parts that need to be redistributed. They need to find their way out to the ether because they haven't been worked on in a while. I know there's an ultrasonic levitator in there that needs either some love or to be completely disassembled because I want to make one of those laser speakers where you can only hear it directly in front of the speaker because it would be very, very funny to bring to something and really confuse people. This is a little too tight. It's going to be tight for both ends, isn't it? Make your jokes. Make your jokes. That loosened up pretty well, and there's just enough threads sticking out that we can use. Spend a month, grab a box, show it off. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, we show off a box, and then we let it, so its spirit decay. Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. Let its spirit decay and all of its parts then flutter out into the organization of the rest of the shop. Yeah, it could take over the course of multiple streams. Just have a weekly segment of that. It would be nice to free up some of those because I know there's some stuff in there that desperately needs to be either organized or find a new home. Over the course of streaming for 10 years, that tends to accumulate. Burn the Subs, of course, needs our attention more than anything else right now, though. So getting back to Burn the Subs takes precedence over any new project. All the stuff we've done with Node Red has done a really good job of sort of breathing some life back into the stream. That's a larger screwdriver for these. If I'm putting a lot of torque into it, I need to use the big guy so that it fits the threads a little better, or fits the cutout for the thingy. The screwdriver thingy, the Phillips head. Like, there's a car headlight project that we still haven't gotten to. That's how deep that goes. Car headlights we did so long ago when I was putting theater gels on LED headlights. And nobody thinks my lights are rude. They just look like very clean 1990s halogen lights, but they're LED. I love that one. That was so great. Just getting it so right. And then one row of the LEDs blew out and it's still broken. I still have to like open the lens and take a look and see which one blew up. I think I need to order a new headlight housing from them. You've got to be kidding me. Wait a minute. First off, fuck. Oh no, wrong way around. Okay. I was about to flip out. It was like off by a little bit. Oh, jeez. Okay, this is fine. So now I need this to be in here. Hey, cheesy popcorn. You guys have your names associated directly with that now. There's no hiding. You cannot hide from me. with your farts. And their farts and their guns and their whatever. No, it looks like, so the alignment is off by like a little bit. It's just enough to aggravate me. It's still gonna work, but it's just a little bit crooked. What is going on here? Come on, here we go. So that's that one. And when they line up, it's just a little bit, leaning just a little bit to the side. Can't do anything about that. That's just where they decided to put the holes. Get the second one in. It's going to be here-ish. Nope, over a little bit. They both got that little bit of lean on them. Let's see if we can get the screws in. If they'll still line up. They have to. They have no choice. The caps on this thing are the worst. They're huge. Does it feel like it's breaking? Does it not actually align properly, or does the screw sink in too far? The screw sinks in too far. What the wait, what is happening here? Oh, I see. Oh, the standoff is not tall enough. That's what it is. I actually have that one upside down. So we need like a spacer in there. What the heck? Is it going to be the taller one? Might actually be the taller of the standoffs. Okay, let's get the slightly taller one and see what that does. If it's not too far. Too far is a weird measure because too far is hard to happen. The pins on this can go pretty far away from the pad and still get solder on it. Ugh, I thought I had the right distance. Gonna get another thing. At least I know where the bin is now. All right, slightly taller standoff. Oh, that is very slightly taller. I don't know if that's maybe too slightly taller. There was a smaller gauge of standoff in here too. Maybe if I searched a little bit more, I could have found just the right size. Is this one custom? A lot of these have been cut by me. Sometimes you just can't find what you need, you know? These might be the right size, but that middle one is intriguing. Now, find these. When this is all said and done, I'll be able to just plug the module in and then put the screws in. But I got to solder them in the right place so that it actually does go back together. Now, when it's standing off on the screws like this, I can't get the header to plug in because it's too far away. Stupid. This is dumb. Where in the hell? Yeah, the problem with this is I can't just solder these straight up. If I could do that, then I would do this on the prototyping board, but I can't. What? It's off by one? It's off by one, yeah, okay. This one too. Another one. Shit. Losing it all. I'm losing it all. Okay. All right, laser stretching. Not a whole lot of events going on here. It's me trying to align stuff that's refusing to cooperate with me. Doing okay. I guess I could stretch the holes a little bit, and that would help to get everything to line up properly. Because look at how much wasted. Yeah, that middle-sized standoff is actually going to be necessary here. Because look, these can move up and down by that much. This would probably be just the right. That's actually debatable, but this might be the right height. If I can find another one this size, then we're in business. Of course, it's so like an in-between size. It's like barely taller than that other one. So it makes me think that it's non-standard, that I somehow cut something in order to make it that height. Let's take a look at the apprentice marks on it and see if we've got any. See if you've got any obvious like bother alterations going on. Oh, it's a totally different thread pitch. Way different. What are you from? It looks totally effed up. So I guess I could go with these smaller ones and a spacer. God, it's annoying when things do that, though. That's so annoying. But it's like the only thing I can do. Use these guys, and then like a plastic spacer, which I got a couple of them here. Put these spacers in. I don't think that's going to make up for the height, though. Have to be like 2 of these. How close is that? That looks pretty close. All right, let's go with that then. This is very fiddly work that we're doing right now, but this means that this module can just kind of plug in. Very fiddly. Might need to use longer screws, actually. Damn it! Every piece of this thing. Longer screws. Everything's wrong. This is stripped. Gotta be very careful with it. There we go. These two are garbage now. I've stripped out the head. Phillips head tends to do that when you use too small of a bit. You want to use the largest bit that'll fit that Phillips head, and then it gets a grip with all the surface area on it. But now we got to find a slightly longer version of that screw. Luckily, I'm running out of them in this kit. Wonderful. This is probably correct. Yeah, that looks roughly correct. Now we got to go through the spacer and that thing. So what I'm going to do is just do the spoon drill thing on these a little bit. I don't like the spoon drill technique because it's about the meanest thing that you can do to a knife. Because you're running parallel to the blade. But it's an old technique for getting your holes slightly enlarged. Don't make the jokes. I'm not going to make the jokes. Did I put the big screwdriver away above or to the side? I put it to the side. Directly blocked by my own hubris. That is significantly longer, does it? No, I think that'll be good. With the spacer in there, I think that'll be just right. Yeah. And the little guy. That goes a little too far into the little guy. But it should leave a couple threads. Blades are cheap. Yeah, but I mean, it's like, it goes directly against the blade. I mean, it's nothing will wear your blade faster than that. It's kind of a waste. But that blade has already been broken and stuff, so I guess I'm okay with it. And it works. It just might break your blade off. Oops, wrong one. I hate these little spacers like this because when it comes time to like take it apart, they're just annoying. I don't know I don't know what the life expectancy of this thing is going to be. This device. It might go for years, years and years. Faithfully chucking away, throwing emotes up in my face. It's a good height. The other screw in. Well, actually, both. That one's not even in. That one should be on the other row. Ugh, every time I adjust this, it's so annoying. These headers being where they are. Okay, I think that's it. After much fiddling and rearranging, a few curse words, fleeing to a higher power, and then a good cry. These are not in alignment. What the hell? So does it need to be taller, or do they need to move forwards? It needs to be taller. How much taller? Like 1 or 2 spacers taller. Okay, well, we have the spacers for it. Holy crap, this has been annoying. I need to figure out what the spacer height is for my low profile headers. I think that's the big problem here. Luckily, we've got a little bit of room for another spacer in here. We'll get 2 more off of this tree that I made. I think the only 2 that I have. Better be the right height. You better be. I keep going to this one. Put that away. It's the wrong thread pitch. These 2, I don't need them. I need this one. Throw that into both sides. Oh, with the spacer. And hopefully that gets us high enough that these connectors interface properly. Board. Ah, God. Because I don't know where anything is going yet. Okay, so upside down so that these sit, oh my God, so that these sit flat without pissing me off. Then up against the screws like this. 2 things flat. Try to align them using tweezers so that they find their happy place. There. And they bow out just a little bit to each side. And so when I tighten this down, we'll tighten these down and they will sit flat, maybe with a little tiny bit of wiggle room. Not much on the wiggle room front. It looks like the forward backwards is out of alignment a little bit. So let me loosen this up and move this one forward. Need to loosen them both up to do this. Oh boy. So that goes forwards a little bit. I probably need way more wiggle room on these holes, on the screw holes. I'll make this work. We'll make this work. This has to be the single most annoying daughter board mounting that I've ever done. And it's 100% necessary for this project because I need this power supply. I need 100 volts. I guess I could come up with some kind of a novel way to make 100 volts, but we got 100 volts at home. Okay. 2 screws and we're done. Well, I got to solder it in, but you know what I mean. Yeah, this is midway in between. What the? I'm so mad. I don't know what they were building these for, but these holes are not in 0.1 inch space alignment. These might be. They're as close as I think you can get, but I think they're like halfway because this is crooked. This is flat. They're centered. This is centered on the other one. So this one's been moved over by a matter of probably millimeters, which means this one is crooked in this axis. This one is crooked in this axis. Ay. Okay, all right, fine. This is, it's fine, everything's fine, I'm fine. There's no way to fix that either. This is technically centered in between the two. Useless. Anyway, it'll plug in, and if I need to install new headers, I'll do it live in the way that we did it today. They'll just still be crooked. It still means that I can unhook it if I need to, too. That's what I'm kind of systems engineering approach. I'm taking this from a standpoint of, well, what if something breaks on it? I can replace it without needing a soldering iron. And as long as we've got those opto isolators hooked up properly, we should be relatively safe from fouling up the whole thing with high voltage. But this is unfortunately going to take another stream for me to get there. I should 3D print something for the voltmeter that will light up that says charging. Charging and firing would be good little text prompts to put on the thing. So that's that part. Look at these. They're so stupid. They're stupid. They're stupid. Like that is halfway. It could go there or it could go 1 over. Either way, it would look like it's leaning. Very stupid. Stupid. I wonder if these would be aligned. That and that? Probably not. It's a big gamble. The distances on circuit boards are weird. Like especially when you're making a PCB. Alignment to the grid versus pin spacings and stuff like that. It all gets so incredibly specifically accurate. It's out of the realm of like mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering, you're like, yeah, that's going to be 0.1 or 0.2 off. We put a lot of effort into it. Whereas with electrical, you're like, it's 0.0001 is the tolerance there. Wait, that's the width of an atom. What are you doing? I don't know. That's what the CAD program takes. Very specific about numbers. Pretty much have to add solder to the tops of these because it's bugging me. It's bugging me. They need to be shiny. They didn't solder their own connectors in well enough to have solder flow on the other side of the board, huh? You gotta hold that heat there, folks. Hold the heat. That bothers me a lot less for some reason. Okay, so there's the 100 volt power supply is now mounted solidly on our PCB. What remains to be done? What remains to be done is to put the power supply section up here. 12 volts is going to come in, go here, and it's going to go not here. It's going to go to our own LM1117 that we're going to put on this thing. LM1117 should provide enough power to this guy. Is going to take little sips of the, well, I don't know, wait a minute, 3 volts or 5 volts. I mean, all this thing is doing is operating opto isolators. And if it does that, if we have a separate 5 volt supply, we could send 5 volts over here, and then this thing will basically be turning on and off LEDs. And that way, this little regulator is only responsible for a couple LEDs. So we can utilize this So if you plug this into USB, it'll still be operating those. And then our 5 volts is its own separate thing. So our 5 volts will then go towards switching this thing and this thing. With 5 volts going to this, I think we'll probably have a better pop off of the switch, even though it's tip 122. I mean, what's the current that we need? Tip 122, I think, can operate from 3 volts just fine. Let's see. Collector cutoff, emitter cutoff, collector emitter sustaining, saturation. Wait, for which one? What? Base emitter voltage is 2.5 volts. Yeah, so 3.3 volts will be able to operate it just fine. They probably have like a 10K in there. 2.2, yeah. So, yeah, we'll be able to pop it off just fine on whatever voltage we choose. Okay, so that's what remains. We're going to do all that stuff, I guess, on Thursday. I might skip ahead and do a little something in order to keep it going. That, or I'll work on one of the other projects that's kind of in a boring place. Try to keep things a little bit more punchy than we have. At least today we got to, work with our hands a little bit and do some cool stuff. And when we're done, we will be able to have this board with the voltage display and the solenoid all functioning in a form where I can toss it around the desk, as long as I don't short out anything on the 100 volts. All of our 100 volt items are going to be in this corner. This giant hole here is kind of annoying. I guess I'll do the 2 connectors here, and then one of them will just parallel the high voltage, and the other one will be on the other end of the tip 122. So this thing will pop off, and all the voltages will be contained in this little area right here. As long as you don't carry it like this with your finger on the collector, which is kind of a big deal. This is kind of rough, because you can very easily accidentally connect to it. But we'll have to see where the heat is, if there's any heat on the board. I don't really think there will be. If there is, we could put a screw in that, and that'll probably just solve all the heat issues. But then the other side of the screw ends up being at 100 volts. So I want to mitigate the dangers of having that much voltage sitting around. But we have, oh yeah, that's right. We have 3 things that go on here. We have the voltage thing, we have the capacitor bank, and then we have the solenoid. So I don't know, maybe I need to get the 2 3-pin ones, because I only have 2 2-pins of this, and we have 1 weird one. These would be always good to use. Yeah, just throw these on. Well, that would be 5 pins, and I've got more stuff than that, and these don't really line up with that. So yeah, this is coming together. It's coming together nicely. We didn't get as much done as I'd wanted to. The spacing issues on this kept us from putting it together too quickly, or quickly in any way, shape, or form. And then my indecision on the tip 122 mounting also cost us a little bit of time. But the advantage is that we can have our switching line come in from over here. All of our high voltage is basically in this area of the board. And so we keep it safe. We keep it out of the way. Yeah, more to come. More on Friday. I typically take Wednesdays off because it's my time to gather parts and get some projects forwarded. I need to work on Julian's thing. I haven't worked on it in a little bit. He says, whatever's fun, man, you just work on it whenever. But there's like a personal thing where, like, I'm putting pressure on myself to do it because I want to get it done. I want to get it done. It's one of those projects that, would be nice to have done. And Julian has certainly been patient with me for 30 years, trying to get me to build a synthesizer thing for him. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Once we get that mixer circuit together, I can do cooler stuff. I want to make a filter. I want to see what kind of things we can do to multiply a frequency, put it into something like a spring, pull it out, and then unmultiply the frequency and see what that does. Like, what would that do? But then again, I don't know anything about changing frequencies. I don't think I can do that with purely analog stuff. So maybe that's not something that I could do, but it's just an idea. It's just a stupid idea, and we can run with that kind of stuff once I get my foundation of tools for synthesizer things. And that headphone amp is one of them. That's a good output stage attenuator to put together. So once we get that done, that goes into my miniature stack over here. We can work on some other stuff. We can maybe cater the tester to do some stuff that's a little bit more useful for us. And I definitely have to get back to Dave and the viewers 303s. Those M303s, why don't they work? What's wrong with them? These and more questions without answers next season on Obo Other. I'll be back on Thursday. Here's the end card with all my stuff in it. Boop, 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 boop. And I wonder what is the effect of me having title cards in, I know it's like polite to have the title card in the YouTube stream, but does it make it a little bit more professional? Nah, we had like 3 viewers maximum today. Yeah, it's okay. It's just archiving. Twitch has a message. Gift sub savings have dropped. Get 35% off. What's the other one? Score the Gone Bananas April Fool's badge by sharing a Twitch clip. No. All right. We said no shenanigans, and I click on my Twitch notifications. What do I find? Shenanigans. All right. You guys have a good April 1st. And I will see you guys on the 3rd. Have a good one. What do I do here? Supposed to